Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Our closed session agenda, item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiation. Go ahead.
Is there any public comment on the closed session item 1? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Okay. Any public comment on item number 2 of the closed session agenda? Seeing none, we'll revert to closed session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. No reportable action was taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. No reportable action was taken. However, the Board may adjourn back into closed session on this item later in today's meeting if the Board determines it is necessary. Please note, on Tuesday, October 17th, the Board held a closed session on item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. We reported out that no reportable action was taken in the morning and that the Board may adjourn back into closed session. That was not necessary, so the initial report out on that closed session item is final.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, announcements.
I do have an announcement. For anybody who is wishing to comment during any portion of the public comments during our meeting today, last week we noticed that people were kind of forming their line in that back row of seats, and I'd really like that you didn't do that. We have enough room for 5 people to stand in the aisle, so not blocking the door and not in that last row, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, folks, we'd like to remind everybody, especially during these meetings where we have a large attendance, that the back row is reserved for staff. They'll be coming and going as are required to appear before the Board, and fortunately we need to get those folks back to their offices when we can. So if you would please respect the fact that the back row is reserved for staff. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be very engaging. And as you see, we have a general session public comment. So everyone's clear, this is a general public comment period. This is a time to bring up any topic that is not on today's agenda. There will be another item-specific public comment period for each item on the regular agenda, and that's per the board chair's discretion. Any items pulled from the consent agenda and the regular agenda will be selected from the public and from the board and from staff at the appropriate time. So if you're here to talk about a topic or an item that's on today's agenda, for instance, we'll talk about the information that we're here for today regarding submitted during last meeting. Please understand that will be the proper time to address that item during that public comment period if the chair allows that period to take place. I now welcome public comments on topics not on today's agenda. Please step forward. Thank you, sir.
Joel Pitto from Paloma. I used to regularly pester this board about the correction of the problems on Gwynn Mine Road. It's an emergency exit for this county, has been needed numerous times, and it's been allowed to sit for most of a year in an unrepaired condition. I find it disgraceful. I find it embarrassing that we pay the guy responsible for this $75 an hour. What a wonderful opportunity for him to show that before the rains come and the road washes out further, that this county can achieve something other than bicker about pot growth. My professor at Berkeley was an expert on the study of lemmings. And after studying them for 30 years in the tundra, he came to the conclusion that nobody knows why they all gather together and run over the cliffs, but they do on a regular basis. I am upset at some of the things that have been happening in this county, and it looks like another case that we're preparing to be lemmings and possibly go over the cliff. And to that I would say this quote from Berkeley, and that brings me to the second mode of civil disobedience. There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part, and you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, and upon all of the apparatus. You've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all. That doesn't mean, I know it'll be interpreted to mean, unfortunately, by the bigots who run the Examiner, for example, that doesn't mean that you have to break anything. 1,000 people sitting down someplace, not letting anybody, not letting anything happen, can stop any machine, including this machine, and it will stop. Please come to your senses. Do not go over the cliff. It'll just cause chaos to this county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name's Bill Schmidt. for the next week, before I retire from the real estate business, I am here to do my swan song for you guys. And this board and previous boards have managed to enact legislation over time that's personally cost me about $350,000. Okay, I'm a big boy. I knew, I knew what I was getting into when I started, and I just want to say, I used to show up here all the time when there was a previous planning director who did her best to kill my real estate business, and I'm happy to be here as a survivor. I'm happy to be here as a Calaveras County resident since 1972, although there were a few, I got to leave, I got to come back, I got to leave. It's my third trip back, so. I just, at one point I said, I'm going to bring 5 empty cans so that you guys could kick them, and a road map so that you could kick them down the road a little further. But there's no need for that. Anyway, I really hope that the Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Calaveras County over the next whatever period of time see it fit to not kill any more businesses like mine, which has basically, next week, I'm shuttering the doors. My competitor and one of my really good friends is going to take over and operate a branch office out of my location. And I'm saddened that there was no economic virtue, but on the other hand, over the last 12 years, decisions made by previous boards gave me some great tax deductions. Great tax deductions. Thank you so much, because, it's I lost $80,000 on that one. Anyway, thank you so much. I wish you all the best, and I wish the county the best. And I got 6 seconds left to say thank you very much, and nice to see all of you again.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Gentlemen, all of you behind there have taken an oath of office to protect Calaveras County, its residents, and there's many factors that this applies to. Today I would like to submit on public record an email that was sent out. 4 points on this email. 1, board direction was not given to disseminate this email. 2, no evidence or data was given to back up this point of view. 3, the sender of this email violated his oath by putting the county in a position to be sued by another district. 4, I do not believe the sender of this email wrote it. In fact, I dare him to spell cyanobacteria. And at that point, I would like to submit this as all the points I brought up are not on the agenda today. This email, sir, if I may read it.
Oh, your speaking time is going.
Okay. Urgent. Watershed water quality problem. Attention East Bay Mud Board of Directors. In 2006, East Bay Mud Directors established the McComey Watershed Management Plan to achieve its goal of water quality and environmental protection to include managing the McCollum watershed in a way that ensures a high-quality water supply and protects natural resources. Today, the McCollum watershed, located in Calaveras County that supplies water to 1.4 million, is being
Excuse me,
threatened.
Mr. Stopper, hang on a second here. Counsel, is this an agendized item information? I know we're in a gray area here, huh?
Yeah.
Certainly, the board chair determines the extent, the latitude that you allow public comment. Certainly, we do have an agendized item as it relates to cannabis later on in the agenda. It would be in the board chair's discretion to limit, you've listened to 2 minutes worth of comment, there's 1 minute left. Certainly you can find out to what extent it's not related to the item later versus the letter itself, which is not related to
Mr.
the item
Stopper,
later.
let's understand something.
Yes,
The
sir.
information you're going to be relating in your remaining minute, if that-
I'll keep it short and sweet, sir. I'll
well, as
submit
long
it.
as the content does not apply to an agendized item,
Okay.
okay?
It's submitted.
And I will stop you if it does.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And actually, I think something in the letter does apply.
Your
but
minute,
at the-
sir.
Huh?
It's your speaking time.
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm willing to forego reading this, just the fact that this email is submitted onto public record. My 4 points made that don't apply to the agenda item go along with it. And at this point, it's submitted, and I'm happy for people to hear it later if it's going to be part of the agenda item. But I did not see it within the agenda packet.
Okay. We'll give you the opportunity if it does apply on the agendized item.
To read it?
At that time during public comment if we have it.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'm going to just leave the rest of these copies here and move on.
Chair, can the rest of the board have the copies?
Madam Clerk, is there enough copies for the board and staff? I understand. Supervisor Mills, do you have a copy? Oh, okay. No, oh, I'm sorry. I was preoccupied. We have enough copies. We have enough copies. Good morning, Bonnie. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, Board. My name's Bonnie Newman, and I've shared with you that I suffer from dementia, that I've been a bully in my life.
Excuse me, hold on a minute. Folks, we need to give the proper respect and time for our speakers. If you need to have a conversation, I'd appreciate it if you took it outside because the acoustics in this chamber is not the best. We're working on that. Thank you. Bonnie, go ahead, please.
I'd also like to share that I'm a liar, I'm a hypocrite, I'm disrespectful, I'm paranoid, I'm vengeful, I'm envious, I'm slothful, and every seventh sin, deadly sin you can think of I have in me. Plus, I'm a horse's ass. So I know what I'm talking about now. After the meeting, first day last week, I had to go home. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get my dictionary and look up 3 words: respect, hypocrisy, and tolerance. Respect is when you have esteem, honor, or regard for another. You show consideration, empathy, or admiration. You make allowances for differences. You can earn respect, but once you break trust, you'll never get it back. Our leader on the board asks for respect just about every meeting. He almost lectures the public on respect. You only get what you give. When people get up and walk out and turn their back and make snide remarks, that doesn't elicit respect. So that moves me into hypocrisy. Saying one thing and doing another. Criticizing something and then doing it. We have a case in point, it would be White House emails. For God's sakes, didn't we learn? Are we stupid? Yes, we're still doing White House private emails. Another hypocrisy, I sat here a couple of weeks ago and listened to a whole bunch of people get up here and talk about their concern of the environment, that toxins, pesticides, herbicides are ruining our environment. These are the same people that wanted an asphalt plant in the middle of a residential district. What hypocrites! Okay, then I went home and I looked. I've got a gallon of Roundup at home. I'm a hypocrite too. Finally, I want to talk about tolerance. The ability to overlook, accept, make allowances for differences, to be non-judgmental, freedom from bigotry and prejudice. I'm the most shining example you have of tolerance, because I sit here week after week. You don't see me getting up and saying, liar, hypocrite, you friggin' SOB, shut up and sit down. I don't do that. I'm thinking it, but so far I haven't done it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good morning.
My name is Kim Fisher-Ruthroff, and I am a fifth generation of not only Calaveras County, but also McCollum Hill, my District 2. My children are sixth generation, so as you can see, our roots run very deep. I'm not here to talk budget. I'm not here to talk cannabis. I'm here to discuss the disgraceful behavior of certain board members. Last week, I sat and watched the attitudes, lack of interest, and flat-out rudeness to not only the public comment, but also the members of this board and this county's staff. I was appalled and embarrassed that certain staff members are our county leaders, the leaders that we, the people, have voted into this position. Both my daughters were Miss Calaveras and only 17 years old. They were kids, yet represented this county at a level that certain board members could learn by. Our county has the entire state watching over actions with today's technology. The entire state is watching two clowns disgracefully represent our county. As Montgomery Gentry sings, not that you like songs, this is my town. This is where I was born, it was where I was raised, and where I will be put in the ground. So don't think that you don't have a fight on your hands, because I don't stand alone.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Our standing rule is no clapping. Hopefully we can continue that rule today. I'll buy that, but I won't do the clapping. Thank you.
Good
Ms.
morning.
Blake, how are you? How are you?
Morning. Marty Crane, District 5. I want to talk about something else. You know that I've spoken before, and every single thing that we do and that we participate in or that happens affects every other thing in this county. Everything is interrelated. Nothing happens in a vacuum, and it's becoming more and more clear. So today I want to talk about Red Cross. Red Cross is not a government agency. It's a gift from the American people. We're a humanitarian organization and one of many partners. Our mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering, thereby contributing to the maintenance and promotion of human dignity and peace in the world. That's a hell of a mission. We need our volunteers. We need everyone to help us succeed in that mission. We provide relief to victims of disasters and help people and communities prevent, prepare, and respond to emergencies by mobilizing the power of the world's largest humanitarian network and donor dollars. The American Red Cross responds to a home fire every 8 minutes in this country. In Calaveras County, on average, it's every 11 hours we respond to an emergency. They're not always given a big title like Butte Fire, Rim Fire, Ditweiler, or Point Fire. It's one family, total devastation. Their house burnt down in the middle of the night. They're on their own because they don't have that big label and dollars coming to them and resources. However, critical preparedness and activities are constant and ongoing. You may not see them all the time, but they're happening. The fundamental principles bother anybody, and I forgot that I wanted to use it. I'm getting techie in my age here. The fundamental principles, I wanted to read them to you. Humanity, to prevent and alleviate human suffering. Impartiality, to relieve the suffering of individuals without discriminating as to nationality, race, religious beliefs, class, or political opinions. Neutrality, to enjoy the confidence of all by not taking sides in hostilities or engage in controversies of a political, racial, religious, or ideological nature. Independence, to maintain autonomy from the government. Voluntary service, to provide relief without being prompted in any manner by desire for gain. Unity, to maintain only one Red Cross in any one country. And universality, to ensure that the movement is
Ms. Clay,
worldwide.
thank you very much.
I want to leave this with you.
Okay.
These are cards that can assist people in the
Thank you, Ms.
process
Craig.
to become
Thank
a
you.
Red Cross volunteer. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. Sandy Mitrat, D2. Yes, I'm here again. I couldn't let the posturing of last Tuesday go unaddressed. I am, as a full-time resident of Calaveras County, in a word, appalled. Why? Let me tell you. The snipey behavior by Supervisors Mills and Clapp following Supervisor Garamendi's tactful expression of dismay at how a Calaveras constituent was treated by the people elected to consider all input and act on that input to the betterment of the county as a whole was highly unprofessional and, most importantly, immature. How old are you, gentlemen? And I use the term gentlemen quite loosely. Supervisor Mills introduced nothing more than a personal white paper as a study. His white paper regurgitates information easily available on the World Wide Web.
We're on thin ice here, okay?
And if you would like me to cease, Mike, I will, or Supervisor.
Just make sure it doesn't apply to the agendized item.
Okay, so the question comes to how are you spending my money, Supervisor Mills, as an elected official? Lastly, I appeared before the Planning Commission on July 13th in regards to cannabis registration 26.864, a commercial grow inside my residential HOA. A multitude of violations were found when code enforcement visited and the site was denied. The registrant appealed, yet never showed. I voiced concerns over this site and the cultivator, as did others, but my most concerning point was related to the registrant having cultivated since 2003 on a Tier 3 slope, a major concern of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Supervisor Mills was in attendance and indicated he wanted to talk to me. I met him in the lobby and I asked him to document what departments and agencies would be involved in to ensure proper abatement. He indicated he would make sure the environmental concern was a priority even though the site was not in his district. I documented the information he requested and emailed it to him. I proceeded to follow up twice.
Ma'am, do you have a point of order? Yes. Then you have to state point of order. What's your point of order? Ma'am, you're going to have to come to the microphone for us and state your point of order, okay?
My point is this not about the agenda that supposedly is going to be discussed today?
As long as it doesn't discuss the content of the information that was provided.
Why was that?
This is a procedural thing with a personal contact she had. It's not the context of.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. It's not the content of the information provided at the meeting. This is an incident that is separate from that, but not the content. So your point of order is out of order, and we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay, but the subject matter is about the environmental. It's the subject matter that she's talking about, so.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
I followed up twice via email and once via voicemail. I received no response. Nothing. So what exactly was Supervisor Mills trying to do that day? What was his motive in approaching me? Why have I yet to receive a response more than 3 months later? In closing, the behavior I have recently seen breeds distrust. It perpetuates alienation. It, more importantly, hinders people's desire to engage in their community and in their government. Grow up, Supervisor Mills. Act like the professional you repeatedly claim to be. Work to make Calaveras County a place to be proud of through action and deed. If you can't do that, then I suggest you step down from your position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson. Morning.
Good morning, Board, and Mr. Clapp and Mr. Mills. I was very disappointed last week, along with many, many, many people in this county, at your actions. I'm sorry. You're disgraceful. You really are. You can't even lie to the reporter. She was out of tune. We had to get up and leave so we could discuss my, what was it? Before the PPRC. Really, during public comment, you have to get up and discuss a court case? Outside. Other members of this audience got up and turned their backs. Personally, this morning, I'd like to get up and sing, "Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz?" But then Mr. Clapp and Mr. Mills won't leave for me. Darn. Anyway, good example. Great personal fortitude in you, too. Thank you three for respecting the rights of the individuals of this county.
Thank you. Good morning.
Rick McMillan, District 1, and I want to know how many more times you're going to raise our taxes if we don't use Measure C. Retired people, yeah, we can't afford another tax rate.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Hi. What is the difference of leaving the room or using your technological thing to ignore what a speaker has to say, which happened to me last meeting? I don't think there's any difference if you leave the room or you're not paying attention. Look past the wrinkles and the bulges. See beyond your own prejudices of me. Think of me as an unconceived child. My spirit and soul float through the biosphere. I must go where fate leads me. There's a couple who lovingly hold hands. Their greatest desire is to have a child. My hope is that I will go to them. Instead, there is a woman whose body has been ravaged by drugs and men. In recent days, she's had sex with an unknown amount of men, maybe 10. The number is not important. My biological father will remain unknown to me. The drugs, or maybe the chemicals in them, will doom me to have no limbs, or maybe my organs, like liver and spleen, will float outside my body inside my mother's womb. It is unknown what my future holds for me. Maybe abortion or a future doomed by men's avaricious greed. Or wait, back up. Maybe I'll be born seemingly whole, but there is something missing in my brain and soul. My mother, in her addictive state, entices me to partake in her drug of choice. The cycle starts again, my life doomed to a doper's den. People are stacked up like dominoes. When one is removed, they all fall down. Poisons put yearly in the ground and leached into our water, which pregnant mothers drink. Lives sitting on the edge waiting for their green gold to come in. When the truth comes out, the crop is used to fill up and poison our dump, and later be sumped into the groundwater for millions to drink. Faster than our eyes can blink, the future of untold people to be conceived is hanging in the brink. You may think that you are answering to your constituency as you ignore 5,200 signatures who represent how many children as well? In the end, your sacred constituency are to be yet to be conceived. You and all of us owe them, as we owe those in the past who have sacrificed wealth and fortunes and their very lives to give us a better world. It is my belief that the federal government would be willing to help us eradicate this scourge if we would be willing to truly ban marijuana across the board, including dispensaries.
Now, ma'am, we've crossed that line. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair. Madam Clerk, what was that?
Our 30-minute time period is done.
It's over? Okay. We'll continue after the regular agenda meeting, folks. Madam Clerk?
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any member of the public in attendance that wishes to pull any consent agenda item? You'll have to stand and identify yourself, please. Who pulled? Number 5? Thank you. Any other member of the public? Seeing none, any member of the board or any staff member wish to pull any consent agenda item?
I wanted to pull 8 briefly for a clarification, just to provide update on a form that the system made an error on.
Item 8?
Yes.
CO Lutz, item 8.
Number 4.
Number 4, Supervisor Platt. Any other item by the board or staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the balance of the consent agenda.
I will move the balance.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment on this issue. I'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item 4 is from the Auditor Controller. Adopt an ordinance by a unanimous vote establishing qualifications for the office of the Auditor Controller and amending Ordinance 526, Section 2, 1969.
Good morning, Ms. Callen. How are you?
Good.
This item was pulled by Supervisor Clapp. Supervisor Clapp, would you like to address the issue?
I want my 8 years.
Your 8 years.
So I guess my question to Supervisor Clapp, in your example, you had said that to be a master carpenter, correct? You would have to do an internship of up to 8 years.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So we're talking about that you would want to see someone be a master carpenter for 8 years, in your example. You would want to see someone be a master of accountancy for 8 years in order to meet the qualifications here.
That's correct.
Okay.
So they would have to have potentially 20 years of experience before they would meet the qualifications here.
I think the board has made a decision regarding this item.
It has to be unanimous, though. So what
Ms. Callen, please. The board has made a decision. This was actually on a prior meeting, and that's been voted on. This is the second reading of that. Am I correct?
This is essentially, yes, the second reading. It's the adoption of this ordinance. However, one thing that I would like to clarify, going back, what I previously indicated at the introduction was the general rules as it relates to ordinance adoption, which requires a simple majority. However, when a statute recognizes something more stringent or requires additional requirements for adoption, you have to apply those more stringent rules. The government code does actually provide that a unanimous vote of the board, so all 5 board members has to approve or essentially adopt an ordinance in order for it to be approved.
Okay.
That is pursuant to 26946 of the government code, and that is a requirement. So although it could be introduced by less than a unanimous vote, it would have to be adopted by a unanimous vote.
Thank you, counsel. I'm sorry, Ms. Callan, you can continue.
And so I just want to reiterate, non-unanimous. So Supervisor Clapp, if you voted against this, then basically you're saying there are no qualifications for office. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. By not adopting this, that would be no qualifications for office.
I understand what you're saying.
Further comments by?
So
Further
your son,
comments
for
by-
instance, could run for auditor controller. Your,
I didn't
your
come here
mother
argue.
could.
All
I
right,
made
folks,
my
we're not going to have a one-on-one conversation. Do you have further, Ms. Callan?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp, do you have any further? Any further comment by staff or by board? Supervisor Garamendi?
I just want to make sure I understand. Supervisor Clapp doesn't want to have any qualifications for this office unless they've got 8 years, which is an arbitrary number pulled out for a different trade than what you're doing. And if we don't approve this, then anybody is qualified to audit our books and control the funds of this county.
Correct.
That's correct, Ms. Callan?
That is correct.
Further comments? Further?
And the only other thing is, I will not be running for office next year. So it will not be me.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Chair, I have a question.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. Ms. Callan, on a CPA, to get that degree, how many years? That's usually about a 4-year degree, isn't it?
Normally, the normal role would be that you would go through your bachelorette degree. You would get a degree in accounting or of some similar field. You would generally get an entry-level job with an accountancy firm. I can't remember how many hours it is, but in order to do it, you're probably looking at 2 years of qualifying to even sit for the CPA exam. And then after that, the qualifications here specifically say senior fiscal management, not just experience in accounting, and in order to get to a senior fiscal management level, that's not entry level, that's not right out of college, that's not even after you've gained your CPA. There's lots of CPAs out there that just got their certification. They're still in an entry-level capacity. So we're talking about someone who has years of experience in order to meet the qualifications for this.
I just want to be sure that whatever the decision is made by the board, that there is sufficiency within these requirements to handle a position, and I think you agree with that.
Yes, I do.
And that if the 5 years of a person who has served in a senior capacity is sufficient, it might be more sufficient than someone who just completed a certification.
I have actually found that, yes.
Yeah, that's part of what I'm trying to get to is that it isn't so much the time served in a classroom, but time served in the physical work that's required.
Yep.
And that we could leave ourselves, I think as Supervisor Garamendi has stated, open to a myriad of qualifications which might not be sufficient to handle the job that is being required.
Yep.
Okay.
Supervisor Clapp?
From my understanding, a person that has a CPA license right now can qualify with no time at all. It's just the license. We're talking about a person that's qualifying just from their experience in the profession.
Well, your argument is just you would feel better to have no qualifications than any qualifications. It's either or. It's fish or chicken at a restaurant. I mean, you don't get beef. So you're either no qualifications or only the ones that you want. And you know, the issue is, you know, you've got 4 board members that agreed to this. We're all looking for the most highest qualifications that we can possibly venture to get, and what's reasonable. And I don't think your analogy that a craftsman carpenter is going to require the same number of years in order to have these fundamental experiences for accountancy.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
Supervisor Clapp, in order to possibly get you to change your mind, you hold a contractor's license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I also hold a contractor's license. In order to qualify for the tests for this license to hold it, you need a minimum of 5 years experience. I suggest, based on that, versus the 8 years, in order to be a iron worker, full-fledged iron worker, you only need 4 years of an apprenticeship program to qualify for that. I understand there's testing that goes along, 2 days testing that goes along with this license. And the fact that you have to have, in order to meet the qualifications, signatures from either an engineer or an architect or another contractor verifying that you have that experience. I think that is kind of spelled out in what's being said here. So you met your trade by the 5 years. I met my trade by having the 5 years. I think in order to go forward with this, at least have some qualifications. You would at least consider that in your vote.
Well, when you took your tests, the rules are a little bit different than when I think I took mine. I took mine in the early 70s. When I took mine, you had to have 4 years journeyman experience, which required 4 years apprentice before you got that, and you actually had to be signed off by your union on that too. So I don't know what the requirements are at this point. But I would be willing to kick this down to the next meeting, and where I'd have more time to think about it, maybe talk to Rebecca and other people. But right now, I'd be hard pressed to support it. But I would, if they would pull it and send it to the next meeting, I would talk to you more at that point.
And we're running out of time. So the other thing is these qualifications have to be in force within so many days of the filing period, and the filing period opens up December 29th, something like that. So we're running out of meetings, we're running out of time. I think what's frustrating to me is that you do not hold education as any level of experience. And, you know, for someone to get a CPA, generally they've already gone through, and honestly, I have a son in college, and there's no way he's going to get out in 4 years. So we're looking at 5+ years of education, plus at least 2 years of actually working on the job in order to qualify for a CPA, plus 5 years of experience if they can get to that fiscal management perspective after that. So we're talking about, best case scenario, 12 years of experience. And you're arguing over 5 years of fiscal management experience needs to be 8. I don't think you're giving merit to the fact that there are education requirements prior to that. There are entry-level requirements on top of that. There is hours and hours of reviewed work and audit information that has to go into that in order to qualify for your CPA. I'm baffled that this is this difficult of a decision.
Would a shorter answer be to ask my colleague here to accept what we have here now, and so that we can get this into the election cycle. If the board wants to go back and review it and make it more stringent, that we could do that next year.
And you can change
And-
this anytime. The board has the authority to change it, rescind it at any moment.
That's my point,
Yeah.
is that rather than put us in a precarious position of not having qualifications, this gives us at least that foundational element. And then if we want to come back next year and have a robust discussion about maybe making them stricter or changing them, we do that. But don't put us in a risk of allowing just anyone to file for this position.
Correct.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Well, my question was, if we do make any changes today to this at the second reading, would it have to go back around? Yes. So we'd have to go through the whole course again, which could be 3 weeks from now before it would come back for a second.
If there is a substantive change today, it would have to go back it would have to come back at a future date for adoption, yes.
We're talking more than 3 weeks, we're talking 3 meetings down before it would be approved, which could be in the middle of November with the meetings we have left.
It would have to be published one time between now and it coming back.
It would not make the cycle to 20, more than likely.
And keep in mind, it does not go into effect until 30 days after it's approved.
Yeah, 30 days.
Supervisor Clark, you got a comment?
I'll go along with what Dennis' recommendation was.
Ms. Callen, do you have any further?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for the compromise.
I'll open this to public comment. I see we have a couple of folks standing in the back.
It's actually standing for the next item, but I do have something to say. Have you heard of the term cutting off your nose to spite your face?
Okay, ma'am,
Sometimes
I'm going to give
people-
you your time. Okay. We had a
Pardon?
clock malfunction. You can start your time again.
Okay. Sometimes people do things without thinking of the ramifications, just because they can. So I take second thought on obstructing, because we've seen a lot of obstruction, all levels of government. We're not accomplishing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mike Valley, District 2.
Morning.
I can't understand how a person would allow a personal or personality or whatever it is, conflict to enter into a discussion that affects the well-being of this entire county. Someone's sticking a 2x4 in the spokes here. I'm going to run for assessor. Maybe I can win. And boy, I'll tell you what, man, I could spend that money. That'd be a lot of fun. If any one person on this board is taking a personal stance over the well-being of this county, boy, I'll tell you what, that's not happening with me. And also the fact that personal public comment is a time when any one person can stand up in front of the board and plead a case on any one subject. And I'm looking right now at 4 supervisors that are watching me. Now, whether the 5th one is watching me on television, I don't know. If he's going over his notes, it's very rude. Personal comment is supposed to be listened to by at least 5 people, maybe 8. But at least 5, not 4.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, and I will do my usual disclaimer. Supervisor Mills has no idea what is going to come out of my mouth, nor is he responsible for anything that does come out of my mouth. My name is Vicki Mills. I have been in accounting most of my adult life, including some teenage years. From what Rebecca read for the qualifications, I think, are over and beyond getting a good auditor. She has given you extra qualifications. By doing the senior position and making sure that they have had that for the 5 years, I know I have worked with several CPAs that have been CPAs for decades, and I have worked with some senior people, and I'll tell you, you couldn't ask for a more stringent, better qualification than what Rebecca has put together. That will get you the best person and the most qualified person to do that job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Candy Struve, District 5. My son is a CPA. Took him 5 years to get through college. He worked for PwC for 3 years, did his CPA at that time. He's 32 years old, now is a senior accountant. And to think that someone could apply for this position with no experience is ridiculous.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Supervisors, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We concur with Rebecca and are saddened in her lack of desire to continue. She gets better and better every month, and now she's the very best, I think, our association thinks we've ever had for an auditor controller. And then for her to want to leave, I think we might want to consider what we've done wrong that it caused her to leave, and then correct that. Is it such that the stress put on her because of the decisions that the board has made caused her to decide that her life, her happiness in life is better pursued elsewhere? But in any case, even though she said that she does not intend to run again for another term, I think we ought to encourage her to change her mind, because we have a good auditor controller and we'd like to keep her. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
How are
Rebecca
you doing,
Turner,
Rebecca?
Registrar of Voters. I just wanted to let everybody know the filing period actually is December 14th. New law has made the petition in lieu filing period earlier than it has been before, so Rebecca was correct. I originally did give her December 28th, however, legislation has changed that. So petition in lieu filing period is December 14th. However, the candidate filing period for actually filing for the qualification of office is in February. So technically there is a little bit of time. I don't like to push it because these are people's, people are looking into this office right now, now that Rebecca has announced not filing. So I think the sooner they know whether or not they're qualified, the better chances we have of having better qualified candidates, so they're not making last-minute rash decisions. However, I question the ability to make it more stringent than the government code, period. I've been speaking with my peers statewide, and it is questionable whether we can make it stricter. And I know Megan's looking into that, and she obviously knows more about it than I do. However, I don't like being put into the position where I am making stricter qualifications, and then I find out after telling people that they're not qualified, they technically could have been qualified. So I don't like being in that position of questioning whether or not what we're doing is actually legal for us to do. So that's where I stand. I think we should keep them as government code. I don't know. I polled other counties, and I don't know that other counties actually have anything more stringent than what government code sets out now.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Any further public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further deliberation by the board? Supervisor Clapp.
I believe government code required 3 years, and we add to the 5 years. So from what my understanding, what Rebecca's saying, that we might be doing that, so I'm asking county council to chime in on that.
There's certainly question. My office has been looking into it. Generally speaking, jurisdictions have the ability to make local laws more restrictive than state law. However, when the legislature makes code or statute, when they essentially consume the entire field, local jurisdictions lack the ability to make things more restrictive. There are concerns that because of the way this statute was written, that the legislature did in fact intend to consume the entire regulatory field as it relates to the qualifications for this position. I have talked with my colleagues. We have been looking into it. There is no other jurisdiction that communicated with me other than one that did something other than what the government code provided, and they adopted the government code provision precisely as it is written, and they did that for a reason. So all of the other jurisdictions in the state have the 3 years and not the 5 years. The one jurisdiction that has something different did not communicate with me, but that is what they have on the books, is something that is the last provision under D. They do not have a time frame at all.
Thank you.
I couldn't make it over here in time to do public comment. I was over there.
Mr. Edson, I'm going to allow public comment.
It was fast. All right, thank you.
I'd like to finish my conversation with Megan first.
Okay. Could you hold on a minute, please, Mr. Edson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Clapp.
So there is a part of council, in an abundance of caution, the most conservative approach would be for the board to follow the government code as it expressly states, and that would be something that my office would recommend. There is more of a risk to increase the qualifications, and if this board chooses to take that risk, you can certainly do that. However, as I previously indicated, the safest and most prudent approach would be to follow the government code as it's stated.
Could we, at this point, do that, concerning that we had a vote last week to add the 5? Could we reverse it back to exactly the way the state recommended?
In an abundance of caution, of what I would recommend is that we agendize it for the next, that we can publish as a summary and bring it back at the very next board meeting. I do believe we have a special board meeting on November 5th, 6th. Okay, then the 14th. In doing that, it would be adoption on the 14th, so it would be effective December 14th, which would be the deadline or the opening date for people to start submitting their applications. Obviously, that once it's adopted, there is that 30-day window, so people at least know that it's coming and they can anticipate it, unless for some unforeseen reason there's a referendum on that decision.
Okay.
My position would be just to send it back and adopt it just exactly how the state put it out, because all the numbers we're coming up with is just arbitrary. I mean, it's just my reason and everyone else. So
I think what we might do or might consider is complete public comment and then bring it back and poll the board to bring it back to the 14th meeting, providing we can get this, number one, on the agenda and meet the December 14th filing opening date that County Clerk Turner brought up.
And I would just clarify, it would not be a poll, it would actually be a vote. So essentially this would be a modification to the introduction that was done at the last meeting to modify it back to the originally proposed language that is consistent with the government code, and then we can move forward from there.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you, Council. Supervisor Clapp. Go ahead, Mr. Edson.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Cliff Edson, San Andreas. You guys looks like you're heading in the right direction there, so I actually agree with you for once. you know, you can price yourself right out of people to want to hold these offices. It's not an easy job. It's a tough job. And we have, in my opinion, read the requirements. They're fine. They were fine before. I think that they just need to be followed. That's all. You will not get a CPA to come in here and do this job. They'll have to take a cut in pay. Big cut. So it's not going to happen. So, you know, get some good qualified people. You have great guidelines and requirements. It looks like the rest of the state follows suit with that. It seems to me that's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If it's a point of order, you have to announce it.
Point of information.
Can't do that unless you come to the mic during public comment, ma'am. Public comment, I'm going to allow you to come up. I allow Mr. Edson. I know it's closed, but...
Sorry. Well, no, it's not a comment. I have a question. What is the government code that we're speaking of today on this issue? 26945.
945.
Through 26946. 26946. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be closing public comment now. Ms. Callan, do you have any further as staff? I think she does.
So I just want to, so I'm on the same page. So are we just going to republish with the 3 years? So they'll republish with the 3 years. We'll bring it back on the next meeting for adoption. Correct. Okay, so that's on the 5th.
If the board votes in that direction.
That's on the 14th.
We have to have a vote on it.
So we're bringing it back on the 5th.
No, on the 14th.
I was informed that the 5th meeting is a special meeting only for cannabis-related appeals. Certainly, if the board were to choose to open it to a full special meeting to include things other than cannabis, it could be done on that date. However, the next regular meeting is on November 14th.
Okay. And then the filing period opens on December 14th? Okay. And this has to be in effect 30 days prior to the filing period, or no?
I believe it needs to be in effect before the actual, so the petition in lieu filing period, which is when everybody goes and collects their signatures for petition in lieu in lieu of a filing fee. The actual filing period for the office begins in February. So I do think we have time to have those qualifications in place prior to the actual filing of nomination papers.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Callan, anything else?
Okay. So we're just going to republish it with the updated information, and it's going to come back on the meeting on the 14th. Okay. On consent. Okay.
I'd entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Public comment has been held. Call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you.
Chair, do we want to take a break before?
Let me take a look at this.
There's two more here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break for staff. They've been here since 7 o'clock. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Madam Clerk.
Item 5 is from the Public Works Department to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute an agreement with Paint Care Incorporated for the collection, transportation, reuse, recycling, and disposal of paint using environmentally sound management practices for the period of September 1, 2017 through August 31st, 2018, which may result in nominal revenue requiring approval by the Board of Supervisors per Section 3.28.034 of County Code.
Madam?
I had a few questions, and Diane answered most of them, but I see as Jeff's here. I understand that this is the third method of handling paint that we've tried. The first one was, I believe, when the landfill just opened and there was bins and barrels of paint that people would dump in, and then I'm not sure if we got to get paint back free or we had to give $1 a gallon, but the paint was made available, and it was usually gray or beige or something, everything mixed together, that it was available to the public. Now I understand that although this is going to be saving the county $20,000, and there's the option of this collection agency buying paint from us in unused cans. Is there a way for the public to buy back the paint that these guys are taking that we might be able to put on fences or sheds or something that doesn't matter what color?
Thank you. Mr. Krobus? Or, there we go.
I thought I heard two people wanting to pull this item. Was there someone else?
No, Tony takes one.
Okay, great. Yes, this item is essentially to establish a contract with Paint Care. When we collect the paints and thinners and all other forms of household hazardous chemicals, we'll take the latex paint and we'll bulk it into 55-gallon drums. And then Paint Care will come and pick up that paint, they'll take it and relabel it and sell it or donate it. So places where it can be purchased is places like Habitat for Humanity, where you can buy a 5-gallon bucket of recycled latex paint for not very much money. So it could be useful for your fence boards. I will warn you that the latex paint won't last as long as you'd hope it to, though, Ms. Newman. So yes, the public can buy it back, and basically, this is just a method of us getting a company that will come and pick up our 55-gallon drums when they're full and then recycle this household hazardous waste. Any questions on it?
Mr. Krobus, is there a contact name, number? Who would somebody contact to purchase that, buy that paint?
I would start by calling Rock Creek and leaving a message with a telephone number, and they'll call you back on that, the landfill. And that is 785-1689.
Thank you, sir. Further comments by the public on this? Any questions of Mr. Krobus by staff or the board? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So move this item, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Tofinelli moves. Second. Supervisor Mills indicating by hand motion. Public comments been handled. Bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 8 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the County Administrative Officer to execute a 4-year lease agreement with Jake and Donna Copeland for office space located at 700 Mountain Ranch Road, Suite C2, San Andreas, California, for a cost not to exceed $265,000 for the period of August 1st, 2017 through July 31st, 2021.
Thank you. CEO Lutz.
Yes, I pulled this item just for a clarification point. I realize in the packet that was distributed online, starting on page 41, there were 2 pages in that packet, 42 and 44, that were garbled And when I went back and pulled it and we looked at it, what we found is when it was duplex, because it was put through a duplex scanner, what you're seeing on page 42 and 44 are the back side of a document that it was just picking up the text. So there was nothing that was missing from the document. There are copies for the public, should someone want it. Each of the board members has a copy of the correct agreement, which was stated here, with just 2 extra pages that inadvertently got picking up the back side of a page and thinking that it was valid when in fact it was just the back of a page that bled through.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. Just a really quick question. I don't want to make a big deal of this, but why do we list as a increase the San Francisco Bay Area cost of living, and then we come down here and we say the cost of living should not exceed 2% in 12 months? And are we using the Bay Area? And then second, how do these two things correspond?
Typically, when we're doing lease agreements, and it depends on the landlord, they might want to tie it to some type of an inflator. In this case, that was what they requested. I think from our perspective, again, wanting to recognize that although we're tying it to some type of an inflator, we wouldn't expect nor want to be seeing more than a 2% increase. So we asked for our terms to be included in there to basically cap it, no more than. But if it's between that 2%, say it grows the 1.5% based on that index, it'll grow the 1.5%.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions of CEO Lutz by staff? Supervisor Mills by board?
Yes, thank you. How many square feet are we talking about here? I'm sorry I didn't send you an email asking that question in advance. You normally
3,500 square feet.
Yeah, normally I ask those kind of questions in emails. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, public comment? Mr. Segala.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This is a very good lease. There's a provision for up to 2% cost of living adjustments in each 4-year stretch, up to 3 of those. So, but there's also a provision that any further leasing would continue at the last year's rate. It would kind of, if the market is not there, then there would probably need to be a modification, at least at that time, to make it fair to both parties. It might be better at the end of each 4-year period to simply have the lease rate subject to renegotiation. And that would bring it to whatever the market was in our area at that time. And that is more mutually beneficial than by locking into cost of living beyond the 4 years.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Bring it back to the board for deliberation. Staff? Any comments by staff or by the board? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. Public comment's been held. Call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Item 14 on the regular agenda is from the Assessor's Office to adopt the resolution authorizing the Board Chair to sign the application for open space subvention payment of $140,527.96 from the State of California under the Open Space Subvention Act.
Good morning, Ms. Davis. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Leslie Davis, County Assessor. This is an annual action by the county that requires the board's approval for the chair to sign the open space subvention report. It looks like there are a lot of dollars involved, but the reality is the state has not budgeted funds for this subvention since 2008. So there's really no money involved, even though that's what we're asking for.
So that 140,000 doesn't exist then,
Yeah,
right?
it's all on paper.
That's all on paper.
And we owe them $313,000, but since they haven't paid us close to $800,000, I would hope that it's a wash sometime soon.
Numbers don't work that way. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion with Ms. Davis by board or staff? Seeing none, we'll open to public comment. Any public comment regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and call for a motion. And do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 15 is from the Board of Supervisors to select one member of the Board of Supervisors to act as the 2018 CSAC, or California State Association of Counties representative, and one member to act as the alternate for the CSAC Association for the year beginning November 28, 2017. So just as a note, we do this assignment at this time of year so that our county is represented at the state conference that's held next month.
And I understand CSAC did change their bylaws where we have to provide a nominee and their approval. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
So our current representative, just for the public, is Supervisor Oliveira is our current representative, and Supervisor Garamendi is our alternate.
It's a great vote of support. I'm going to move this thing.
I would entertain any public comment on this issue.
Not on Gary's.
Mr. Segala.
Al Segala Taxpayer Association. This kind of ties into the last item we had. This bullshit the state is doing. This would be if we can make sure whoever we send to CSAC has the courage to bring this issue up and approach the state and also our state representatives, get that stuff cleaned up. Why continue information that's meaningless? And anyway, that could be a consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Segala, and we'll find a different term for it. That. Mr. Fry.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. George Fry. I'd like to make a recommendation that Supervisor Garamendi be that representative for 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Ma'am?
I would like to see someone appointed that doesn't kiss politicians' asses.
Ma'am, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
You want me to say it again?
I missed it totally. So, a moment. Ma'am, that was out of order. I'm sorry. That was out of order. Thank you.
I believe that it's appropriate.
Ms. Crane.
So Marty Crane, District 5. I appreciate that, for the most part, we are trying to be respectful and encouraging. And if our two nominees for this position, CSAC, is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Is Supervisors Tofinelli and Supervisors Garamendi, I feel confident we will be well represented. And so just know we're counting on you. And we'll be watching.
Mr. Stopper.
I don't need to be rinsing my mouth out with any soap today, so I'll keep it clean. Sirs, CSAC's next, coming up very soon, and representation should be that of the people, and we should consider the people there that are going there should have an upstanding image, being willing to listen to everybody that's willing to provide information to them and represent Calaveras in a very upstanding and formal manner. And, I could concur with what Marty Crane's assessment on who might be good representation to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Sandy Mydrat, District 2. I would also reiterate that I would be fully supportive of Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Tofinelli being our representatives of CSAC this year. They exhibit a level of professionalism that would represent our county effectively, and I would appreciate if you would consider that. Thank you.
Okay. Further public comment? It's okay.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I guess if we're up here recommending people to sit on CSAC, I would like to recommend that Dennis Mills be our representative. He's done an excellent job in District 4, and I think he is a very professional person, and so that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to staff, bring it back to the board. Any comments by board?
Yeah, I would recommend Dennis, and then our backup would be Gary.
I would like to nominate Mike Calaveras. I think he's done a good job the last couple of years to be our CSAC representative.
Is there a motion for the nominations?
Before we go in that direction, I appreciate what everybody has said in offering that I be the representative, but I just don't have the time with the other committees that I'm on already. They already conflict with some of CSAC activities. I wasn't able to go even to RCRC a couple weeks ago because it conflicted with a lot of the committees that I am. I serve on a lot of committees right now. And adding that onto it, I appreciate what you said and everybody's their comments, but adding that onto it, I don't see how I could effectively represent the county and meet all the meetings that they have, having to be in Sacramento, have to be in Mariposa, have to be in Alpine County, and so forth. It's just almost physically impossible for me to take on at this time another committee because of what I'm trying to. Perhaps after January, going into the following year when it comes up, if I'm relieved of some of the committees that I'm on now, that would free up some time to be able to do that in the future. But right now, I just can't see myself fitting the time schedule in. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli. As I understand it, we have two nominations, one by Supervisor Clapp for Supervisor Mills. We have a nomination by Supervisor Garamendi for myself, Supervisor Oliveira. Council, to proceed with the vote on this, do we do it separately or do we do it as one particular item vote by naming the supervisor that the supervisors would vote for?
Well, it would depend on how the motion was crafted. You can certainly do it all in one vote, and I believe the IQM2 program only allows for one item or one vote per agenda item for the electronic program. So if it would make things easier for the clerk to have one motion, one vote that encompassed both the representative and the alternative, but you certainly don't have to. You can do them separately if that's what the board and the chair would prefer.
I see the clerk is nodding her head, so we can do one vote, two votes.
So I think that what you could do is what County Council stated, was that you can consider the nomination or each of the nominations for the representative. So you could take a motion and a second. You have a motion for Supervisor Mills as the representative and Supervisor Toffanelli as the alternate. You also have a nomination for Supervisor Oliveira as the representative with no other person named as the alternate. So you can do a number of things. If you'd like to consider the first nomination, which is Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Toffanelli, or just Supervisor Mills, you can do that if it's modified to just be Supervisor Mills, and if that passes or fails, then you could consider the next one, correct?
Chair, I'd like to put some input into this.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you. And I agree with Supervisor Toffanelli that there is a lot of committees that we sit on, and we're all over the place. It really is something that maybe I would like to see is make this appointment, whatever it is, to get us through till we reassign our committees the spring of next year, and then at that point maybe take another look at who might be the representative. We then fulfill the requirements of CSAC without putting ourselves through undue hardship. If you have been comfortable in handling this particular committee over this last year, maybe that's the best answer, and then we can take another look at it come January, February, when we do our committee assignments as to who's most available.
Appreciate that, Mr. Mills. Also, to fulfill the nomination, currently Supervisor Garamendi is the alternate for CSAC, which has been serving this year, his first term. I would like to continue as the representative for the next year and agree and concur with Supervisor Mills that we make that decision for next year, seeing it's going to be a pretty important year. So with that, do I have a motion regarding the nomination of Supervisor Mills and who was your vice chair selection? Supervisor Clapp?
Well, if we're going to consider this in spring, right now you and Jack are on it. Well, let's just keep it that way. And we're going to change it in spring, so let's just keep it the way it is.
Would you withdraw your nomination then?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
We still have another nomination on the table.
Well, I just wanted to make the motion that we remain the same with Representative Oliveira and the alternate Garamendi.
Second?
I would second that.
Moved by Supervisor Toffanelli, seconded by Supervisor Mills.
We had another motion.
Oh, we had another motion on the board.
Supervisor Garamendi would need to withdraw his.
Correct.
I withdraw my motion.
Now you can make your motion.
Now I would make a motion. I would make a motion that we stay the same with Oliveira and Mills. Oliveira being the representative, Mills being the...
No,
Garamendi being the...
And we have name tags, too.
Sit next to the guy.
Counsel, I know you want to say something. I'm going to give you the opportunity.
Okay, I move that Supervisor Oliveira remain as our representative, and Supervisor Garamendi remain as the alternate for CSAC.
And that's what come back in the spring for us to review.
That's fine.
And I would second that.
I just wanted to note for the record, one, I believe that this appointment is for the entire year. I know that we choose assignments, I believe, in January, not in later in the spring. I do not know if there's anything in the CSAC bylaws that would preclude the county from changing the representation in the middle of the year. That is not something that I or Mr. Lutz have reviewed. It's never come up, and the county has never done it in the past. So certainly, we can look into that and report back when you choose assignments in January. But for all intents and purposes, when an appointment is made, it's for the entire term, which would be through the calendar year.
Well, here's the point, is that we're in October right now. So if, for instance, someone is in a 2018 election cycle and loses the election but appointed to CSAC, what do they do? So that has to be something that's fit into their bylaws.
Well, just for clarification purposes, the terms are through December of 2018, which would be the finishing term of this. Or alternatively, if any vacancy occurs in any of your assignments, then the board would have to follow the procedures to fill the vacancy at any point that the vacancy occurs.
Okay. Understood. Supervisor Clapp? Okay. Have a motion on the table. Public comment's been held. I'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no.
I'm sorry, I would appreciate if you'd state for the record the motion and who made the second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli, would you restate your motion, please?
I'll attempt if I can remember gray hair and everything. I would nominate Supervisor Oliveira to remain as our representative and Supervisor Garamendi to remain as the alternate, and we will revisit it come January, and we will hear what the county council has to say at that time concerning this.
Understand the motion? Supervisor Mills? Supervisor Clapp?
That's a second. I'll second it, but okay. Do we need to go through the vote
Moved
again?
by Supervisor Tofinelli, seconded by Supervisor Mills. We've had public comment. I'll call for the vote one more time. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Trying to get the lunch.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Item 16 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing to adopt an ordinance rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95 banning or regulating cannabis cultivation and related commercial activities, certify the environmental impact report.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so we can get some gauging of time here, we're going to be taking a lunch break at 12 o'clock. We will be coming back at 1:30. We will proceed with this agenda item with a report by staff as to the content of the item, and the decision of public comment is reserved for the board chair. Public comment on a prior reading, if you will, or hearing was held and closed. The hearing was not closed. It is my decision as chair to reopen public comment based on the information presented by staff, and we're going to be very focused on just that information, dealing with what's presented by staff and how it applies to this agenda item. Do I make myself clear? Is there any confusion out there? We're going to be very focused on keeping this thing on track. Okay, County Council, do you have any comments regarding that procedure? Supervisor Garamendi, do you wish to speak?
Sorry.
Good morning, staff. Thank you for taking the time to come back again. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. Just a brief recap. On Tuesday the 17th, we presented the item. There was quite a bit of staff comment from a number of different departments. Then we opened public comment, and that took us till the end of the day. recessed the meeting to the following day, in which we had closed public comment and then began deliberations at the board. Supervisor Mills presented a document as part of his deliberation, and at that point in time, there was a little bit of confusion amongst everyone what to do with that. We discussed it and decided the best thing to do would be to continue to today, giving the public, you, the board, and staff a chance to review that, particularly in the context of how that information might or might not affect the environmental impact report. Gary Jacobs and Chris Munhank from Ascent reviewed the document and prepared a review of that, and I would like at this point to turn it over to Gary to go over, highlight that review of that document.
Thank you, Peter. Gary Jacobs with Ascent Environmental. So the purpose of CEQA, and I'm saying this to give the context of our review, is to provide objective analysis of information and present that information to the public and to decision makers so that an informed decision can be made. And this is a test that we always put ourselves through. Are we being objective? Are we reporting the information that we're seeing as we see it? And we learn things too. And I will say that in our process of preparing this environmental impact report, we have certainly learned an awful lot about cannabis cultivation and its effects on the environment. It was in this context that we evaluated the report that was prepared by Supervisor Mills and an organization known as the Communications Institute. The study, Cultivating Disaster, the Effect of Cannabis Cultivation on the Environment of Calaveras County, was handed out by Supervisor Mills at the October 18 hearing. The date of the study was October 17, and because it was made available at the 18th hearing, we asked for time to review the study and determine its applicability, as well as whether or not the content of the environmental impact report was accurate with the context of that report. We completed a review of the study. It included statements and information on both the public health effects and environmental effects of cannabis cultivation use. A discussion of effects on public health focused on pesticides used on cannabis and how they could affect marijuana users. But because CEQA requires that we focus on the potential effects of projects on the environment, in this case either regulating or banning cannabis grows, the health effects of cannabis consumption is not within the scope of our analysis. However, we do note that the study focused on the use of certain pesticides that would not be legal for use under the proposed Calaveras County Cannabis Ordinance or other regulations governing regulated cultivation that may be adopted by the county. This is a general theme of our review. The supervisor's study accurately describes the potential and real adverse effects on the environment of unregulated, illegal cannabis cultivation. As the study points out, lack of controls on pesticides, fertilizers, grading, etc., has been shown to pollute waterways and kill wildlife, including endangered species in other areas of California. This has been well documented on illegal grows in Humboldt County, for instance, and this is stated in the study. As we state in our memorandum reviewing the study, this is not dissimilar to adverse effects on the environment that previously resulted from standard agricultural practices in the past. And this has resulted in regulation of agriculture, such as requiring grading permits for vineyards in Napa and Sonoma counties to address runoff that was contaminating downstream waterways. And it also includes the State Water Board's irrigated land regulations designed to reduce flow of agricultural chemicals into the state's waterways. The flow of these chemicals in the past has affected our fisheries and has contributed to the crash of the Delta ecosystem. This is serious stuff. Regulations have been adopted for this, including the banning of certain pesticides from agricultural use in irrigation. Best management practices have been imposed since 2003 to, again, try to control the adverse effects of just standard agriculture on our environment. This information informed and was used in the EIR for the proposed cannabis cultivation ordinance. For instance, the ordinance requires compliance with Regional Water Quality Board Order R5-215-0113, which was adopted in 2015 to provide regulatory requirements to protect water quality and biological resources in association with cannabis cultivation. The order requires both permitting and annual monitoring and reporting. We outline the requirements of this order in several places of the environmental impact report, but in summary, the order requires surveys and mitigation of impacts to sensitive biological resources, requires permits that control for and ensure no net loss of wetland resources, requires grading controls and use of best management practices through permits that control erosion. The order includes detailed instructions that must be followed in order to receive a permit. The order also includes the types of pesticides and ingredients in pesticides that can be used for cannabis grows. This list includes pesticides whose residue tolerance limits are exempt from regulation because they are presumed safe for human consumption and are registered for broad enough use, such as unconsumable agricultural products. So these are all parts of the regulatory structure that are in the proposed cannabis ordinance that the county that we evaluated in the environmental impact report. The study that was handed out last week did not address whether the controls in the proposed ordinance or in the Regional Water Quality Control Board regulations would address the environmental impacts of illegal grows, and it appears to conflate illegal grows with legal grows. Consequently, the study does not address potential impacts associated with compliance of proposed regulations on the environment. The study also addressed parts of several reports on the adverse environmental effects of cannabis growth. Most were prepared before adoption of, and none reflect the environmental effects of or that are reduced by the regional board order and subsequently a state board order that was just passed last week. In fact, two of the studies recommend policy options aimed at regulating cannabis grows as a means to address environmental impacts. Those policy options were not summarized in the study.
Could I ask you to speak into the microphone, please? We're having comments that you can't be heard.
Okay.
Thanks.
With regard to the statement that indoor grows are exempt from water quality controls per a new statewide water board order, this is not entirely accurate. Under the new state order, there are conditional exemptions for indoor cultivation and cultivation sites that disturb less than 2,000 square feet. However, such operations would still be required to attain a waiver pursuant to the general order requirements and implement all applicable requirements in Attachment A of the cannabis policy. This is the same restriction on chemicals that I cited with the regional board order. So the same chemicals could not be used in irrigation of indoor grows. In summary, we found that the supervisor's study to be an accurate reflection of the many potential and real environmental impacts of illegal cannabis cultivation in California, including Calaveras County. We conclude, however, that the study does not address the effects of regulated cannabis cultivation under the proposed ordinance, and the conclusions of the EIR are considered accurate. Thank you.
Questions by the board of our consultant? Report out. No questions? Supervisor Toffanelli.
How much time did you spend reviewing that report?
Between myself and Mr. Munhank, we probably spent 2 full days going back and forth on what the report said, how it related to the environmental impact report.
Are you going to bill the county for that amount of time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions regarding the report out? Further questions of any staff member by the board? Further staff comments? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be opening this up to public comment, and I want to make sure that everybody understands That is to be focused on the reporting information just provided during this hearing. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, you can start our time. And I want to remind everyone, especially folks in the next chamber, if you desire to speak, I'm going to request that you come and stand in front of the door, no more than 5 people at one time. Because when I say, and unfortunately, that public comment is closed, it's going to be closed. So please be prepared to make public comment during your 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Prapana Randall Smith, District 3, representing Magic Show LLC. I just wanted to address the comments in this so-called report regarding the indoor cultivating and the allegation, the false allegation that indoor cultivators typically dump chemicals that end up in our golf courses and so forth. And just to illustrate the point that I have made many times, that for every problem, there is a solution. And if you're a problem solver, you'll find the solutions. And what I've just shared with you is a receipt for my business, Magic Show LLC, and I want to stress that we are an environmentally conscious business. We are trying all kinds of experiments to reduce impact, such as using LEDs. We recycle our water. All of our water from our AC goes back into the system. We really don't use a lot of water. And when we are at the end of a run, we do get rid of our water. We have it hauled away by Sweet Pea. We don't dump it anywhere. It goes to a proper facility where it's treated, and it goes back into the system. So I thought I'd just share with you this receipt of our latest water removal. It's standard practice. We don't dump stuff into the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Hello.
I'm Mark Moore with District 4, and I have read the environmental study which was commissioned by Supervisor Mills, and I sincerely want to thank Supervisor Mills for finally bringing this forward. Like Supervisor Mills, I'm very concerned with the environment. I, too, was wondering how cannabis farming was going to impact our land, water, and our air long term. But now, after reading the report, it is very clear to me. Interestingly enough, this report is the most compelling argument for pro-regulation and anti-ban that I have ever read. The meat of the report is in the first 29 pages. And in those pages, chemicals, fertilizers, pesticides, and other poisons, those are quotes, were mentioned almost 100 times. And the reference to illegal growers as being a direct cause and effect to the overall problem is emphasized exclusively. To the contrary, the report strongly implies that legal and law-abiding cannabis cultivation, which is no chemicals, no degrading of the environment, hence responsible farming activities in general, was equated to any other type of acceptable crop and its minimal impact on the environment. The report is very clear. It is the irresponsible activities of the illegal violators who have caused damage and will continue to cause greater damage if not eradicated. The sheriff has previously testified that if a ban is imposed, it will absolutely not rid us of those illegal growers. They will remain undeterred while the legal, environmentally responsible growers will be disbanded. And the sheriff will have no better results in ridding our county of these criminals than we have had for the past several decades. Why not? Because there will be no money and no staffing for that. And don't be fooled. All the outside help that Supervisor Mills insists that we need to eradicate the violators after a ban is in place is pure fairy tale. The cavalry is not coming, folks. The money dries up, and we're back to ground zero. You know who wants a ban more so than anybody else? The illegal pot growers want it. What regulation will bring us is a thoughtful ordinance addressing precisely what is expected of growers, including disallowing harmful poisons and categorical destruction. It will bring us state money to enhance our law enforcement in order to eradicate those violators. It will bring us tax dollars to not only assist with eradication and cleanup where necessary, but also will help balance our county's budget. If you ban, everyone loses.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Patron, when you're using your phone over there, you're using it right in the sun, and it's reflecting all around, and it's very difficult trying to focus on the speaker when it's all. Thank you. Just to be aware of it.
Mr. Wilson, District 1. Board, you'll be receiving a little packet. I hope there's enough there. Sorry if there isn't. I looked up the consulting firm, the Institute, or the Communications Institute. Seems that they only have a LinkedIn page, and they don't have a website that's active from that LinkedIn page. Also, seems that Mr. John Cox is the person who is receiving money. Again, most non-commercial type websites are a .org, not a .com. Seems a little strange that Mr. Mills would pick a .com, which is a for-profit website. Also, Silent Poison used to be a death metal website about a year ago. I thought that was kind of cute. We go from death metal to the environmental hazards of illegal, very, very, very illegal cannabis cultivation. I don't know. I just, Mr. Mills, every time we see this, we look through this thing, it's the illegal growers. We've been standing here with the rest of you for 10 months now, as you've been playing around with the ban for no reason, none whatsoever. Have you ever come to the table, worked with the growers, asked them, said, what can we do? How can we get these regulations that we had under the UO better? How can we make them follow the rules and regulations that the state has laid down? I believe there's a provision in, used to be 64, I think it's 94 now, that with a ban, we don't get any environmental help from the state. I know the feds aren't going to come and help us, but we do get environmental help from the Water Quality Control Board if we're regulated. We also get inspected. We also pay taxes. We also do not use pesticides on our crop. Never have, never will. So we're not polluting anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Levinson, District 2. I'm a registered nurse. I advocate for my patient safety, and today my patient would be our county. And I did read Supervisor Mills' documents, and it clearly shows that these are, the abuse of our county will be coming from illegal grows. And I looked at the photos in this document. Those illegal grows are right around my home. And if there's no regulation in place, the water quality of my pure well is going to be destroyed. The children that everyone talks so much about will be harmed because the safety of our county is at risk. Our law enforcement won't have the funding it needs because the regulated grows actually pay their taxes and fund this. Our Sheriff DeBasilio pointed out very nicely, I thought, where he said it only takes a few years to have a good handle on the illegal grows that are in this document. They'll be eradicated in just a few years. And if we don't actually read very carefully the implication of illegal grows on our county, then we're going to be putting our sheriff's department back another 3 years, because if you know, I don't want to get into the ban since that's not what we're commenting about, but we all know it comes down to regulation. If you choose not to regulate, then we're going to be set back close to probably a decade. And everyone in this county will be, that are really responsible, non-pollutants, organic farmers, will be moving to a neighboring county that can't wait to have the money that they're going to pay for it. And what our county is going to be left with is destruction, pollution. Our children's safety will absolutely be a detriment to this society. It's going to be a huge problem because they're not going to be able to eradicate the grows that are clearly in this document. So I just urge everyone to actually reread this before you do any type of voting and see that this is what's happening to our county if you don't go with strict regulation. Sheriff DeBastilio has a good handle on it, and he'll have an even better handle on it once he has the money. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tuno.
Good morning. It's David Tuno, District 5. It's been a few days since I've read, I'll call it the Mills Report, and just now read this one. So my memory of the other report might be a little bit hazy, and it can be filled in later by Mr. Mills, hopefully. Just a couple of comments on this one here. On page 2, full paragraph 2, various incidences have been referred to as anecdotal information as contained within the Mills Report, so-called Mills Report. And I'm wondering how many such events have to happen before they're no longer considered anecdotal. Those of us who have lived in the county for the last couple of years don't refer to them as anecdotal anymore because the volume is so high, just for your information. That would be maybe it's inside information that you just don't have. But also, and this, again, I'm going by memory, the problems that are relayed in the Mills Report are from, correct me if I'm wrong, counties that have regulation. Humboldt County, for example. So there's a county with regulation and nevertheless huge environmental problems. So it's not anecdotal. It's telling us, it's teaching us that the history of counties that have the regulation have a mixture of permitted grows and unpermitted grows, but even within the permitted grows, you still got problems. Or how do you separate the two? So the information is that even with regulation, you're going to have these problems unless you consider the entire experience of Humboldt County anecdotal. The way to characterize the regulation, the effects of regulation, then become theoretical. Theoretically, if you have regulation, you won't have these problems because theoretically you'll go around to every site often enough and everybody will be in compliance because of fear of fines or what have you, or there's so much manpower to do all of this that the regulations become absolute cure. And we know that that's not true. We're not the point of the spear here. We are able to look at the experiences of other counties. Unless we say they did it completely wrong, we will do it completely right.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We have to think of it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sam Pfeffer. I'm a District 2 registered and licensed farmer. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I don't generally speak at these meetings, and in the interest of brevity, I'll leave my general point aside. But the specific point pertains to the report that was issued at the end of the last Board of Supervisors meeting. I want to note that the report features an aerial shot of my property and my pond with a caption and context that implies I polluted my pond and it now has algae in it. I want to take this opportunity to point out that A, my fully approved and compliant garden was signed off on by Natural Investigations, the Water Quality Control Board, Fish and Game, Code Compliance, the Sheriff's Department, and many others in what was a surprisingly long and rigorous inspection process. And B, not only does my organic garden comply to the highest standard of prevention for runoff and other ecological hazards, but it's positioned in a way that makes it physically impossible for runoff to get to that water body, which, incidentally, we swim in. It is also worth noting that the vegetation in the photo is duckweed and lily pads, not algae. I went today and took some more photos to document that fact. As this photo was used without my permission, and it grossly misrepresents the situation in an unflattering light, I want to take the opportunity this public comment affords to officially register that I do not appreciate the defaming use of images of my compliant garden, and more importantly, perhaps to question what other misleading photographs or evidence may have been presented in this as something other than they actually are. And in the interest of brevity, I won't go on to repeat the arguments that you folks have heard many times about regulation versus ban. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Trent Fiorino, District 1. Probably a lot of you don't know that I used to be a semi-professional magician, was considered quite good at it. Still do a little bit, but I won't be doing any magic tricks for you today. But I'm quite familiar with misdirection, because that's what we used when we did magic tricks. And this whole discussion of legal versus illegal in these reports is misdirection, because regulation is self-regulation, and self-regulation is not regulation at all. It has no teeth to it. We heard from our county stuff that they haven't even got back to recheck on some of these that are approved. If you're not checking on them, how do we know they're not polluting? There's no requirement that they're having outside test agencies come in and test their water, their soil, like we do with other agricultural products, like dairies and wineries, because I used to do that testing myself. I'd have to go on, collect it, because you did not allow them to do their own collecting, and there was good reason for that. The reason you didn't allow them to collect their own samples and send it in for testing is because they don't know if you're switching the samples or what they're actually putting into the sample. That's not being done in this county. We call it regulation. It's not regulation. So how do we know without, I'm wondering, have our supervisors, have you gone out and have you visited any of these grows? Have you taken the time to actually see if they're doing what they say they're doing? Yeah, they can come up and tell you they're organic, they're this and that. First of all, there is no organic regulation for marijuana. It doesn't exist. So for them to keep saying they're organic growers, that means nothing. It doesn't exist. So I just want to say, self-regulation is not regulation. A ban is a form of regulation. It's the strictest form of regulation. Puts us back to allowing people to grow their own personal stash for their own personal use, and that's really, I think, the best regulation we can look at in this county. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Segala.
Good morning again. Al Segala. I'm speaking for myself, and I belong to several groups, and none of those groups endorse anything I'm saying. There's some good points that were raised. One is, why isn't there any testing? Why is there no testing? How long has this controversy been going on? It's years. How come environmental health, we're paying a lot of money for those people to be here, why can't we give them a test tube and go to the creek and test the water and see if there's any pollution going on? Why not? That's a good question. I think the first thing we want to know is how much pollution is really occurring. Not somebody's opinion, but what's really happening. The second point is that according to the agricultural commissioner who's responsible for testing the new applicants for the registered grows, he said there was no concern or very little concern about pollution. And my understanding of organic growing is you don't use pesticides. Organic does have a meaning, and when somebody's growing things organically, they don't have pesticides. They don't use pesticides because that's part of the reason for organic. Use natural things. Also, the black market is not created by the growers. Black market is always created by government, not just marijuana. Anything that the government bans, of which there's a demand for, creates a black market. Government creates the black market. Government creates the black market. Okay, if we want more black market, create more ban. We have a partial ban now, which is the emergency ordinance, which is supposed to not allow new growers to come into the county. Is that working in that way? Is that ban working? I think the answer is no. The best way for harmony in the future and for our public safety and for the environment is to have reasonable regulations and have periodic review or inspections. Doesn't that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning again. It looks like the Mills report kind of backfired a little bit. It really did show the major need for good, strong, strict regulations. Appreciate that. Thank you. However, the intention that it was brought to the table, I really kind of have a problem with that. The intention was to deceive, knowing that it was false, knowing they were using false and misleading information. Your intention was to deceive the public, the county. That's wrong. We're supposed to trust our government, our local government. We're supposed to have a lot of respect for them. And I do. I thank each and every one of you for stepping up and for serving. I trust almost every one of you up there completely to do the right thing for our county. What I have a problem with is one of you intentionally trying to deceive the public with false and misleading information. Please don't do that. And I'm saying please. But it's up to you. It's on you. Step up and do the right thing. Don't try to deceive us anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Smith with Valley Springs. I'm also the lobbying director with Calaveras Normal. I would like to bring up the report. In the bibliography, there was a report from Stanford University which mentioned another report from the Journal of Bioscience. In that report, it was using facts from 2009, 2010, stating that California's market was only worth $980 million. I question that information because today there's information from insurance.california.gov. The Insurance Commissioner of California held public hearings just this month on the hearing insurance gaps for cannabis so that they could join the insurance company and educate them from the cannabis industry and really get the insurance industry up to date with the needs that they have moving forward with regulation and licensure. Today, the estimated market is $6 billion, and the estimated projection is $20 to $25 billion a year in the coming years. The next 5 years is it intended to rise $20 to $25 billion a year from our current $6 billion. And this had to do particularly with the amount of revenue that the state was getting for enforcement. So that number from $980 million jumped up to $6 billion just within the last, I'd say, 7 or 8 years. And using that information to promote some sort of a ban, I think it actually promotes a regulation. But it's misleading and deceptive actually to use that to push a ban, because it promotes regulation. I think the Mills report actually is somewhat supportive of its goal, its primary objective, which was mitigating environmental damage. There's also 4 key points in that report from the University of Stanford University with the Bioscience Journal. A, the environmental harm caused by marijuana cultivation merits direct policy response. B, current approaches to governing the environmental effects are inadequate. And C, neglecting discussion of environmental impacts of cultivation when shaping future marijuana use and possession policies represents a missed opportunity to reduce, regulate, and mitigate environmental harm. Thank you very much, and I do appreciate your dedication to this county. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, broadcasters in Valley Springs. We've heard from good people on both sides. We've heard from a gentleman who supports a ban, who says that all regulation is self-regulation. He's probably correct. And we've heard from good growers who tell us that they do self-regulate. I'm really happy that Supervisor Mills was able to get this meeting continued to today and produce environmental questions for our consideration, because that really is the most important part of this whole issue. Now, will a ban make us environmentally safer, or will regulation make us environmentally safer? That's the question to decide, and I'm not sure that anyone can say with certainty that either one will make us environmentally safer. So the question is, how do we make ourselves environmentally safer? And I'm going to suggest again that you all go home and Google Montgomery County, Maryland, alcohol prohibition. You'll find what happened 100 years ago in a similar situation where people were afraid, so they enacted local control of an industry that they were afraid of. And that continues to this day. If you want to buy alcohol in Maryland, in Montgomery County, Maryland, you have to go to a state store. There's 21 in the county. They employ 300 people. They put $30 million in the general fund. We could enact something.
I'm going to ask you to focus on
I'm focusing on how can we best control the environmental damage being done by the bad people, the people who aren't at these meetings. Because they're out there. We know they're out there. And they're the biggest problem that we have. So what is going to help that better, a ban or regulation? And I suggest that a kind of regulation where the public could be satisfied that the county had full control over everything that was going on in any aspect of the cannabis industry. Not good growers and bad growing self-regulating, and not a ban that simply says, no, we won't have any of it, but total county control as they do with alcohol in Montgomery County, Maryland. Google it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. Katrina Lambie, West Point. I'd just like to make a couple of observations. First, I was really dismayed to hear the young man just a little while ago talk about the use without his permission of pictures of his land and along with it, false information about it. That really bothers me. I wonder what else in this report has been used in this way. Second, we are looking at the environmental consequences of marijuana growing in a void. What about the consequences of timber industry in our county? What about the grape industry? All of a sudden, we are very, very concerned about measuring environmental impacts. Are we doing this? Are we trusting that Sierra Pacific is self-regulating and doing a good job of it? I have questions about that. I think we should look at all the potential polluters in our county, not isolating especially marijuana. Also, I find that it seems like the assumption is that all cannabis growers are people to be distrusted, people to not be trusted, people who are incapable of being moral, and people with integrity. And I resent that. I think this is a real lack of respect. It's a blanket. It's a blanket statement about people who don't deserve it. So I hope that you consider these points. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Megan Zalvez, Rolling Hills Bookkeeping. I'm here to read into the record a letter my attorney submitted to you all yesterday. I didn't know if you'd all have time to read it and review the report, so I thought I would read it to you. This letter is submitted in response to the Cultivating Disaster Report presented by Supervisor Mills on October 18th. As an initial matter, it is highly unusual for a supervisor or any agent of the county to submit a 61-page report on a hearing item at the hearing, given the public no time to consider its merits. This tactic is more often used by unscrupulous project opponents and is considered a, quote, bad faith tactic by California courts in CEQA litigation. It is unclear why this report was provided at such a late date. It appears to have been finalized days or even weeks before the 18th, other than to deny the public a chance to review. Our experts had very little time to review and respond to the report. Nonetheless, WRA Inc. prepared a truncated peer review attached as Attachment A. As discussed in WR peer review, the report is extremely misleading in that it catalogs the environmental damage caused by illegal, unregulated cannabis cultivation, but then uses that as justification for prohibiting legal, regulated cannabis cultivation. The report mistakenly or purposely with the intent to mislead assumes that illegal and regulated cultivation have the same exact impacts. The report also includes numerous errors and omissions and cites sources that are completely inapplicable to the current situation. Some of these are discussed in the WR peer review. However, there was not enough time to give the report thorough review it deserved due to the limited time provided. The conclusion of the report makes absolutely no sense. Paraphrase as follows, quote, illegal cannabis farms create tremendous environmental damage, therefore the county should make them illegal. These unregulated farms are already illegal. The report provides no support for its conclusion that banning regulated farms will eradicate illegal cannabis cultivation. Further, the report provides no support for its assumption that permitted regulated farms have the same impact as illegal grows. This assumption is false, since illegal farms use toxic chemicals, release hazardous materials into waterways, and harm important habitat without any oversight. Conversely, regulated cannabis farms will receive close oversight from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the county. Regulated cannabis farms should have impacts similar to any other agriculture use, and in the case of Calaveras County, would provide the funding necessary to wipe out the illegal farms. While the conclusion of the report makes no sense, we agree that the report stands that illegal grows are harmful to the environment. To that end, most of the text of the report actually supports regulation, since regulation would provide funding to eradicate illegal farms and would greatly reduce the incentive to grow cannabis illegally. I'll leave the rest to you to review, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Sandy Mitra, District 2. Many of the points brought to light by Supervisor Mills via his white paper are essentially supported and addressed within the existing EIR report. The issues are such that the state of California needs to address them through their Regional Water Quality Control Organization, as well as the CalCanna Group headed by Lori Ajax. It's bigger than Calaveras County. Rather than banning and forcing registered and currently tracked cultivators to go underground, which we know many will do, along with those cultivating today unregistered who will continue, why not address these white paper issues at the state level? Would that not be more effective and productive? Furthermore, a more regulated industry here in Calaveras County brings forth revenue that would otherwise be lost. Revenue our Sheriff's Department sorely needs, revenue we can use to staff other critical departmental resources. To Supervisor Tofanelli's point, thank you, Supervisor Mills, for increasing our EIR consultant costs. And to Supervisor Mills, I ask you directly, why would you put forth this report when ignoring a known registrant, again, 2016864, who submitted their application as a Tier 1 when they were proven by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to be a Tier 3? We have a known environmental issue at this growth site. I have articulated why. But apparently, you voice concerns, yet fail to act on them unless they conform to your own agenda. This behavior tends to dilute the points Supervisor Mills attempted to make in the 9th hour. I would ask that the rest of you not be fooled. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that we have a representative here from CCWD, and I'm going to continue public comment, but out of respect for prior commitments, I would ask that the general manager of CCWD, with your permission, ma'am, because you are due to speak next, if he could have a 3-minute so he can get back to the office, but it's totally your choice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I know this is an incredibly difficult issue, policy issue on many different fronts, and I just here on behalf of the district, just to speak solely to the issue of our water supply and our water quality, which obviously is at the heart of our concerns as a water agency in the county. We submitted a comment letter on the EIR that highlighted many of the same concerns that were also highlighted in the report from Supervisor Mills. And our main concern are the adverse effects to water quality as a result of the illegal grows, and that's what most of our comments were directed at. And obviously, we didn't take a position. It's not appropriate for us to take a position either way on the decision, the ultimate decision by this board. But we simply wanted to make it clear that whatever decision is made, it's critically important that there are adequate resources to deal with the illegal grows. It certainly, I'm sure, like most people in this room, scares us to death to see the reports in the paper and by the sheriff and some of the chemicals that are being identified within the landscape within our natural water system are extremely dangerous and something we are very concerned about. At the same time, I do want to make it very clear that we do extensive ongoing water quality testing. We use an outside certified lab with the state to do that. All of that is reported to the state and reported to the public. We issue an annual water quality report as well that identifies that. And there are over 70 different constituents that we test for on an annual basis, and then dozens more that we do on a periodic basis based on our permit requirements, some at a 10-year interval. That includes a whole spectrum of things, both organic compounds, inorganic matters, pesticides, herbicides, turbidity, numerous things that we test. And our testing is primarily done at the intake at our plant. So as we sit, for example, at Jenny Lynn, as we're downstream of Hogan on the river, we intake into the system, and then we test the water quality as it's going out into the system. We have met all of our permit requirements, not exceeded any of the thresholds, the legal thresholds that we have for those constituents on any of the reports in the recent past, anything that I'm aware of. We have excellent quality of water, and I want the public to know that. That does not in any way take away from the fact that we have risk posed by the illegal grows in particular, and the fact that we have constituents that are not being monitored right now, as some of these chemicals are things that are largely banned across most of the world and are not being actively monitored. So to sum up, I just want to say that working with other agencies within our county, other water districts, we will go to our contacts. We're already reaching out to them now at the State Water Board to try to find some pathway that we can gain support from the state government in particular as the administrator under the EPA to be able to gain access to additional testing, particularly upstream in the watersheds. And
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow David to go over as he is quasi-staff with CCWD. I hope everybody understands that. You can continue.
So just to, the cost of the ongoing testing is no small matter. We spend over $160,000 a year on our lab testing that we do for water and wastewater, and obviously this could pertain to our wastewater system as well. And so we very much want to find a pathway that includes some assistance by the state and federal government, if at all possible. And I very much want to approach our RCD. I think they could be a very important partner in this as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. And again, we submitted a comment letter, and I'll just let Ed speak for itself.
Questions of Supervisor Mills?
Thank you for coming today, Dave. Appreciate it. And you and I have had some fairly long conversations on this issue and the importance of the value of ensuring that our water supply, not only to our constituents here in Calaveras County, but to the rest of the state of California, remains as pure as possible. Knowing the unknowns or having the unknowns out there are always the major concern to any water district. And I would ask that, considering the recent Water Board decision that was passed Wednesday regarding cannabis regulations, which exempts indoor grows from dumping wastewater into your treatment systems, is the district prepared to begin a monitoring process on what that is, and is the district capable or have the engineering in place on their on your waste treatment side to be able to properly handle this, considering it's all an unknown? Well, it's a big question, but
yeah, you bet. And I haven't reviewed that finding by the board, but obviously that's why I mentioned the wastewater as well. It's a big concern for us, and given that our systems are designed around biological nutrient removal with active organisms, that's the prime concern for us. Is that if we have some spike in a nutrient or toxic chemical that would upend that system, that could take us offline for a while and cause some operational challenges for us. So that's very important. And I know water agencies across the state, wastewater agencies, are very concerned about that. Again, that's part of the same consideration as on the water side.
Thank you.
Further questions of Supervisor Garamendi?
Dave, thanks so much for coming today. I have two quick questions. Have you seen a spike in contaminants in the water over the last couple of years?
Not in anything that we test for, but again, there are things on this list that we don't directly test for. It's possible that there could be an indirect result in nitrogen or phosphorus or something else that we're testing for that could be as a result of it. But no, we haven't exceeded any of our requirements under our permits.
So no pollutions directly attributable to cannabis?
I don't have any evidence from our testing that would support that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you once again for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ma'am, thank you very much for allowing that interruption in the public comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our last speaker before lunch, so we'll have a chance for you to speak. Go ahead, please.
I understand that one of CCWD's directors has marijuana growing on his land, and I'm a Calaveras resident, and I do not feel that I feel that I'm being forced to be a drug pusher, because there's nothing moral about being a drug pusher, and that's what I'm forced to be, being without a ban. And with or without a ban, there's going to be illegal growers, and everybody knows that. It's just going to be the Wild West, like it has been for the last year. And I believe that we need federal help to address the situation. And by pussyfooting around about having medical marijuana or any kind of marijuana in Calaveras County is denying us the funds to deal with it. And so I appreciate you listening to me, and I would say that David Tuno and Mr. Fiorino ditto to what they said.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking for lunch. We'll continue public comment when we return at 1:30. Welcome back, folks. Hope everybody had a good, there we go, there's a microphone. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We're going to continue with our public comment period. Is there anybody that wasn't here this morning regarding our announcements regarding public comment? Okay. I'm going to read something that might be repetitive, so bear with me, folks. This item is a continuation of a public hearing that was opened on October 17th, continued to October 18th, then continued to again today. On Tuesday the 17th, the board heard more than 4 hours of public comment on this hearing, then closed public comment with no formal action being taken. On October 18th, a report was disseminated to the board by Supervisor Mills. We took a recess to print copies of the report for the public, and the board continued the public hearing today to allow staff, our consultants, and the public to review this newly submitted document. Rule 44 and the Brown Act require that comments on agenda items be heard prior to the board taking action on the item. Because the board has already taken public comment on this continued hearing and no action has yet been taken, we are not obligated to reopen a new public comment period for this item. However, as board chair, I have the discretion to set time limits and enforce reasonable regulations, including soliciting additional comments on agenda items, to ensure that all members of the public have the opportunity to speak. Because this report was submitted into the record by a supervisor after the public comment period was closed, I would like to reopen public comment for this item, but only in a very limited scope surrounding new information that was not available to the public when public comment was taken on the 17th. And we have to determine whether this information is in fact new. This is not an opportunity for everyone who spoke on the 17th to reiterate what has already been said, and I hope each of you are respectful of this. Even the U.S. Supreme Court has recognized that there must be a limit to individual argument in such matters if government is to go on. We have heard all of you, and we need to move forward on deliberation and action on this item once and for all. To reiterate, I am opening public comment only on Supervisor Mills' study and our environmental consultant's response. With this in mind, how many people intend to speak on this limited issue? Could I see a show of hands, please? Now, for the benefit of the folks in the next chamber, I'm going to ask them to come over if they intend to speak so we can get an accurate number. We want to make this most effective with the time we have, and I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak on this issue as allowed by law. One person so far, Mr. Edson? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to the public comment period. Once again, you'll see that there's a group of people standing at the door. We want to keep that number to no more than 5. As one person speaks and opens up an opportunity to stand there, I would like to have those folks fill that position so we can keep the process going. Any comments by Madam Clerk? We're good to go? Staff? You may proceed.
My name is Margaret Cornell. I was here last Wednesday. Sunday, my son was out in his yard. His house burned during the Butte fire. He lived just off the Sus Maria Road at the Railroad Flat Inn. I guess that's the name of the street. And this car drove up as he and his wife were out in the front part of their yard by the street. And the lady said, "I'm looking to buy some property." Well, my daughter-in-law noticed that her license plate was a Washington State plate. And he said, "Well, what are you looking for property for?" And she said, "I want to buy a piece of property so I can rent it to some marijuana growers, so I can rent it to some marijuana growers." And so he said, "Well, you better wait and get more information on buying property with that in mind."
Ma'am, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. Is this
Yes.
public speaking for the report that was
Yes.
submitted,
Yes,
environmental-wise?
right.
Okay.
As
I'll let
I-
you continue until we can determine that. All right?
When he told me about it, I told him about the report that Mr. Mills, Mr. Mills had given us, and I had been reading it, and how concerned I was. And the more I thought about it, I remembered when his property burned, and it took him months to clear all this stuff away, the hazmat people came and scraped his property and tested it until it was safe enough for a 3-year-old to play on it. And at our house, this is just deterring a little bit to bring out my point. When they banned burning in your property a number of years ago, my husband thought we'd always burned in our barrel. He'd keep doing it. This went on for a few years, and I got after him. And because I went out one day and I noticed where he had burned in the barrel, it had caught one of our trees on fire. And I told him, you can't do that. And he said, I can do it. Being a man, he went ahead with it. And one day, I had my son take the barrel away, and he continued arguing about it and was very upset about it. But he didn't burn out there anymore. It was against the law. Marijuana, technically by the federal government, is against the law. And these people are going to be patrolling their own property, keeping it safe.
Okay,
Well,
that has to do with this report, ma'am?
yes, it's the care of the earth, the care of the earth. If we don't take care of the land, it will not take care of us.
Thank you very much.
That's all there is.
Okay. Ms. Morris, how are you?
Hi, Dina Morris, Calaveras County. I wanted to say that the report that Supervisor Mills presented talks about the contamination. And I'm also hearing a lot of growers come up and saying, well, that's why you need regulation. But it's self-regulation. And if we're depending on our code enforcement to do the regulation, code compliance has already demonstrated its inability to even enforce our existing codes. If you look on Google Earth, you'll see junkyards everywhere in Calaveras County. So to expect code enforcement to enforce marijuana grows, it's just not going to happen. And self-regulation, how do we know that these marijuana growers are not contaminating the environment? What proof do you have that the 200 or close to 200 grows that have been approved are not contaminating the environment? I know that some of the approved grows, because you can see it on Google Earth, once they were approved, they went ahead and expanded their grows, and some even moved them. So that should tell you how well some of them are going to take care of the environment. I also want to talk about the documentation that the county has that these good growers are not contaminating the environment. Does anybody here have written documentation, regular site visits, documentation of what's being used as far as chemicals and pesticides and rodenticides? I don't think anybody has that information. So I don't know how we can sit here and listen to, well, I don't do that. Well, maybe they don't, but the other guy does, or gal. I also wanted to tell you that part of Mr. Mills' report says that we can seek help, and we can. If you look at the news that just came out about Siskiyou County, Sheriff Lope said the proclamation declaring a local state of emergency has already resulted in increased interest in the illicit drug trade in Siskiyou. Since the proclamation, they have received increased vital support for the eradication of illicit grows on private property from the California National Guard and the Northern Division offices of CHP and CAL FIRE, additional assistance by California DOJ through the SUMIT and NSMIT.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you.
Linda Herman, District 4. What I've noticed since Proposition 64 has been instrumental now and has arrived in our state, that we have many illegal grows in mixed the legal grows. So you're thinking, and the thinking is, well, if we get rid of if we regulate the legal grows, then the illegal growers can be controlled. The thing you have to look at is that since we're violating the Constitution in Article 6 and Section 2, there's a kind of lawlessness that will exist. And even though...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Excuse me. Yes. I'm going to go back. I'm going to say...
We'll give you your time back.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, you have a point of order. Please come to the mic. Would you please come to the microphone, sir? No, we do, because we have to have the people that's on television land hear us.
I thought our comments were supposed to be addressing Mr. Mills' report.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, is your comments going to be addressing Mr. Mills' report?
Yes. So what will happen is that the illegal grows will continue and increase. They've increased already just because we've allowed it legally. It's going to now increase the amount of illegal grows that are going to continue throughout the county. If we ban it, then the police, the law enforcement know exactly what is illegal, because everything is illegal. And they can concentrate on those things until we can finally get some control over this. But in the meantime, we are in a problem in that whenever you violate laws and you violate federal laws, then you're going to end up having people...
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to have to stop you here.
Okay, well...
We're not
right.
on topic.
All right, so then let me go and...
I'll give you one opportunity to come back to the item regarding the report and the environmental aspects addressed in it.
Sure.
Chair, before she continues her comments, could I ask the gentleman over here in the corner who's being disruptive with his voice to take comments outside, his discussion outside?
Okay. Sir? Hi there. Hi, I know you're a member of the press, but we're going to have to curtail your phone conversations out of respect. Okay, not a problem. Thank you.
So,
hi, ma'am.
All right,
Once
thank
again,
you. All right, yeah.
concerning the report,
Yes.
please.
Okay, so if we have the cultivation problem with illegal grows, as they increase, we're going to have more environmental problems. And, you know, the environment is a big issue, or the state wouldn't be looking at giving 20% of the taxes that we're going to that the state is going to receive if you have illegal grows.
Ma'am, I'm going to hold you up here.
I'm saying that's the environment. They're giving 20% of the environment?
Ma'am,
to the environment.
Would you approach with your point of order, sir? Is it the same as the last point of order?
Yes, I haven't heard a report by Supervisor Mills mentioned yet, except when a point of order was introduced.
Okay. Thank you. Noted.
Okay. So the state...
Ma'am, I'm going to have you stay on topic.
All right. So is this on topic? Let me ask you this. The 20% of what the state receives from taxes will go towards the environment. Okay, and so that shows that the state is concerned about the problem of the environment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be giving that amount of money to control it and to make up for the problems that are going to be caused by the environmental, having marijuana in the environment. Okay? Good.
Thank you.
All right. And that's it.
All right. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors and staff. Jack Norton, District 1, co-lead of the Calaveras Cannabis Stakeholders Group. I've given the clerk copies of the stakeholders' response to Supervisor Mills's report, and I'm just going to use my time to summarize it a bit. The stakeholders share Supervisor Mills's concerns about the effects of both illegal and permitted commercial cannabis cultivation on our local environment and its long-term fiscal and environmental impacts to our community and the communities that our rich natural resources serve beyond the county borders. And indeed, the environmental degradation of the Eel River watershed that Supervisor Mills's report details is very real and one of the major reasons why the state of California has chosen to regulate this industry. As the supervisor had alluded to earlier, on October 17th, 2017, the pilot environmental protections of the Central Valley and North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Boards were adopted into a new statewide general order, which will accompany the imminent state regulations regarding pesticide application requirements from the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. The new general order requires a site management plan for all licensed cannabis farms, as well as a nitrogen plan and site stabilization plan for larger commercial operations, in addition to biannual inspections and annual reporting requirements. Our concern as stakeholders with Supervisor Mills's report is the need for Calaveras County-specific information regarding the potential environmental impacts of the commercial cannabis industry, both regulated and illegal. The report demonstrates the need for this kind of research and data collection here in Calaveras, which is distinct from the Eel River watershed. For example, there's an estimated 20,000 cannabis farms in the Emerald Triangle, where the estimate for Calaveras County ranges from 1,200 to 3,000. And we would fully support a robust data gathering effort and scientific inquiry similar to the investigations included as supporting information in Supervisor Mills's report. Now, there's 3 attachments included in there. There's the 2015 annual statewide pesticide use report indexed by commodity for Calaveras County. You can see that over 50,000 pounds of chemicals were applied in Calaveras by non-cannabis industries in 2015. There's also a letter from Condor Earth Technologies Incorporated to the Calaveras County Water District's Director of Utility Services. The letter indicates there's water quality testing capability at Jenny Lind, like the CCWD reported earlier. That may be able to support Supervisor Mills's hypothesis. And lastly, East Bay Mud District 2016 Annual Water Quality Report, which states that their water supply post-Butte fire exceeds both state and federal drinking water standards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jennifer Stewart, I am so glad he just told you all that stuff because it has to do with plenty of what I want to say. Okay. What he just said was that the state is looking forward to changing the requirements for marijuana, but it's going to take a lot of data collection, a lot of time, a lot of stuff. And in the meantime, referencing Dennis's report, is on page 12, paragraph 4. It says the label is the law. So anything that's in a pesticide bottle, if the marijuana is not listed on that label, it cannot be used on that property. And if it is, it's against federal law, federal EPA, and the State Department of Pesticide Regulation. So, and the other part, the department that he referenced with the numbers of pounds of pesticides that are used, those are used under regulated procedures, where our ag commissioner gives those people a permit, a pesticide applicator's permit. They have to follow a test. They've got to have their pesticide storage facility inspected, and they have to do a notice of intent whenever they're going to spray this stuff. And if they do, they have to have their people all suited up for everything that's in an organophosphate or any pesticide that has that kind of requirement on the label. So they're all hiding behind the fact that the federal government doesn't have any registrations on marijuana. It's illegal, totally. And even our agricultural commissioner doesn't go out there and make any inspections because there's nothing legally to hold him to it. It's so simple. It's just, as our water is being polluted, they're standing behind the letter of the law that doesn't make any sense. I want you to open your eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm in Supervisor Mills's district, and I would like to thank him for putting this report together, although basically we're up here questioning why he's going to make a decision. And I think they all have to make a decision, and I thanked him for his report. I think it's a great report. There was a lot of research done. There's been a number of people that have come up and questioned the veracity of some of the experts. And I kind of find that slanderous in a way. You know, you've got some really great experts. In page 18 and 19 of this report, I would like to read some of the things. Dr. Gabriel, whom Mr. Mills said that he spoke an hour and a half to, Dr. Gabriel is an international expert in this field. He knows his stuff. He said that we're in over our heads. We have no protocols in place. Dr. Gabriel, per page 18, stated that there's a cross-migration between guerrilla grows and permitted grows, because they often change. One grower will hire this guy and this guy will go to another one. So there's no way of keeping the quote-unquote good grows safe, because the workers work in different grows. Then there's Scott Bauer, who had regulations, and he said self-regulation won't work. They're doing it right now, by the way. He also said too many growers don't want to be regulated. This is an expert from Fish and Game, okay? And he also said in the last 4 years that marijuana has increased 61%, where in Humboldt County it was 3,000 to 4,000, it's up to 18,000 to 20,000. This is what you're inviting to this county if you vote to regulate this particular drug, okay? And the other thing on the next page was it was Lieutenant Little, and he said many licensed growers do not abide by the rules. Now, there was a local law enforcement person that I talked to, and he said what they do in the beginning is they go to the grow and they inspect the grow, and then nobody ever goes back. So they assume that they're in compliance. Now, how many of you have been 1099'd? You know, you're 1099 because the government doesn't trust you to really report on your particular income. So how can we expect these people to be trusted with something this important? You see where I'm getting at this? And the other thing is, there was a person that got up and was very upset about the photographs that were taken. And I would like you to know
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel you have a point of order, raising your hand does not qualify. If you feel you have a legitimate point of order, you'll need to raise your hand and state a point of order. I will hear your point of order and rule on that. Thank you, Ms. Rankin.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp, and I will keep this to the environmental report. I do agree with a lot of what was already said, won't repeat that. We've already talked about a lot of other things prior to this, so it's about the environment today. And I think we've all known that there were environmental damage being done by marijuana growing because it's an unregulated business. And until that recent report came out from Dr. Gabriel, we really had no scientific study on how marijuana affects our environment. And it was funny because that report didn't start out as let's go see what environmental damage marijuana does. They were looking at the death of these little, and I forget the little animal, fishers, sorry, thank you. And these little fishers were dying everywhere. They didn't know why, so they went into research. And when they did that, that's when they ran across the marijuana. This is where this study started. So just so people know, it wasn't, let's go find out what those marijuana people are doing. It was an effect of these animals dying. And, of course, they found a lot of other things. So now we do know what effects marijuana growing can have on our environment. So it cannot be ignored. And I hope that you aren't ignoring it. Calaveras County is a beautiful county. We all came here because it's a beautiful, clean county. And yes, we have wine grape growers here, and yes, they probably use some kind of, but I know they're very heavily regulated because I have several friends that are in that business, and they are regulated. So marijuana has not been regulated. I don't care how many times people get up and say they're being regulated. The state has no regulations out yet Those are still in a draft form. We have code, but no regulation written.
Excuse me, Ms. Frankie? Your point of order, sir?
Supervisor Mills' report.
Sure. It's about the
Let
environment.
me rule, please.
It-
I
this
seem
is
to
a-
recall that the report did address the damaging of some wildlife in the area of fish.
That's correct.
And I do recall some mention in the report that it does relate to the topic being discussed by the speakers, so I'm going to allow you to speak, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, it has all to do with that, because it's now your decision whether we allow this to continue in our county. And let's not wait until it's in the water. Let's stop it now, because we know runoff's going to happen, and it could be in the water, what's happening. And if you want to say illegal or illegal grows, they're all illegal right now. Nobody has a state license to operate a marijuana grow. So in my opinion, they're illegal. They should be stopped until the state gets their regulations together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. McManus.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. Bill McManus, Committee to Ban Commercial Cultivation. In regards to the report from Supervisor Mills and the Ascent Company, I think it's odd that Supervisor Mills' report highlighted a lot of the pieces that were missing in the EIR. It was not new information. This information has been out there a long time. Now the company who wrote the deficient EIR is given a chance to re-explain and attack Mr. Mills' white paper or report, whatever you want to call it. I think the whole process is flawed. Since this will probably be my last time here talking to you for a while, let's be honest with each other and not offend. I don't mean anything to be offensive. This process has been a failure from the beginning. Back in 2015, the board voted 5-0 to do nothing, and that's where it started. All the way through, we've had EIRs, we've had reports, we've had everything else. A month ago, you got a book like this that had much of the information that was in Mr. Mills' report. I think your copy was black. This is not new information. Since then, every single thing about regulation within environmental laws, whatever criteria you apply to it, has been a failure. We cannot monitor what's going on out in the field. Planning cannot process applications. The sheriff cannot abate grows fast enough. People are going out on sites without being properly protected, as was brought up in the report. We've been saying that for a long time. Nothing.
Mr. McManus, would you yield the microphone to the point of order, please?
With all due respect to the speaker, he's wandering. We're talking about Supervisor Mills' report, and he's pontificating on the evils of marijuana cultivation in our county.
Okay. The topic being, give me a moment, Mr. McManus. The topic being discussed is in relation to information contained in the report, and he made statements to the effect that that information is not new, and that information is provided in a binder that was submitted to the board. I see the correlation between that information per his statement, so I'm going to allow him to speak, but I'm going to verbally, sir, you only get one shot at this. I'm going to allow him to speak, but I'm going to caution him to stay on topic. Go ahead, Mr. McManus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the caution is noted. As we continue on, what I'm saying is every single aspect, including what is in environmental laws, environmental damage, all the way down to Pike, I don't care. There is not one county in the state that's been able to regulate this. We have proven through the efforts of Supervisor Mills and exposing what's happening out at the sites, regulation is not working. We cannot enforce it. Every single thing that was in Supervisor Mills' report was in the report that you got. A lot of it was from Dr. Gabriel. A lot of it was from information that we gathered here. It all tied through. When I read Mr. Mills' reports, I see a lot of my own quotes in there. It has been said over and over and over again. Is there a point of order, or can you put the room in order?
Continue, Mr.
It was distracting. I'm sorry.
There was no point of order. Continue, sir.
Never mind.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to once again request, please show respect to every person in this room, in the gallery, the speakers, staff, and the board. I know we're going to be emotionally charged on some issues, but I'm going to ask to be cognizant of everybody else in the room. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Susan Morris, District 4. There's a major effort here to make a distinction between legal and illegal grows. It's a distinction without a difference. The issue here is contamination of our water and our environment generally. Supervisor Mills' paper focused on the actual and potential danger to us all. Marijuana cultivation, legal or illegal. For the last 2 years, we have been discussing the dangers of toxic chemicals which are threatening our county. Many of you read, there's article after article, week after week. We have all heard and read Dr. Murad Gabriel's reports of his findings throughout Northern California. Many of the people that have spoken here have also talked to Dr. Gabriel. To exemplify Dr. Gabriel's concerns, let me read to you from an article in the Union Democrat dated just this last September 7th. And it says, researchers, law enforcement, and others are raising alarms about toxic chemicals used on illegal grows in mountain forests and foothill areas of California where people grow and process marijuana, including Calaveras County. Stephen Frick, a special agent in charge of Forest Service for law enforcement, states, investigators in the Stanislaus National Forest and other Sierra Nevada forests now find pesticides and fertilizers that are banned in the United States by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, including the presence of furadan in about 1/3 of the marijuana grows they entered this year. 1/8 of a teaspoon of furadan is deadly enough to kill an adult bear, Frick said. 1/8 of a teaspoon. Question, legal or illegal, does it make a difference? Water flow, animals, and children, they don't understand boundaries. Water flows down all through all the properties. Animals wander from place to place. If the water's contaminated, it brings down contamination. If animals are contaminated and been poisoned, they move from place to place and they can contaminate other areas. Children, they don't have an idea. Calaveras County is a big part to them.
Ma'am, would you yield the microphone to the point of order?
Anybody can walk up here and start off with Supervisor Mills' report says, and then ramble on about anything they want, unless it's enforced by the board chair. I don't want to have to give another point of order, please.
Let me rule on a point of order. I seem to recall reference to children and dangers to animals in the report, so your point of order is out of order. Please continue.
I got to find out where I was now. Anyway, when you talk about kids, furadan, what I've seen, I don't know anything about furadan as far as seeing it, but what I've seen in reports from Dr. Gabriel and also in articles, furadan is pink. And they showed a recent article.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, anyway, please ban this and let's
Thank you, ma'am.
mitigate.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name's Jane Henning-Childress, and I'm a non-grower, but I'm a property owner in District 2. I'm speaking on the credibility of the report, as pointed out by the gentleman earlier today, of the inaccurate, doctored photographs that can be misleading to the public. The information in this report is really directed more at the illegal grows and not at the legal grows. And we've heard that all day today, too. A lot of the grows mentioned in the report are not even in our county. So the pesticides and herbicides mentioned, a lot of them are all the same ones that we use in our garden. People's garden use have the same pesticides and herbicides. The rat poisons as well. There were 2 illegal chemicals found in Calaveras illegal grows this year, and they're banned throughout the United States, but somehow they were brought in by the illegal grows. So I have a list here of legal chemicals for you to look at that all the growers in California are supposed to be using, and they're all non-harmful. This is the list. You can get it through the DPR, and I'll give it to you.
Ma'am, do you have sufficient copies for everybody?
There's just 1 copy. Sorry, my printer was really slow at lunchtime.
Ma'am Clerk, would you hold on to that for us, please? There's only 1 copy.
So those are the...
Whoa.
Sorry.
One at a time, folks.
Just a point so we don't duplicate here. Ma'am, I already have the copies that you're talking about, so I don't need copies.
That one looks different.
We'll address that later. Ma'am, I'm going to let you continue. Madam Clerk, she has remaining time.
She does. I stopped the clock. I just wanted to say the normal practice of anything submitted, whether it's 1 piece of paper or 8, is that I scan it and keep it in a file, and if anybody would like a copy of it, they just need to contact our office.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Just to mention again that those are all non-harmful on legal grows. So what we have found on the illegal grows are the more harmful pesticides, herbicides, and poisons. But I also want to mention that timber harvesters, wineries, and rangelands use these harsher chemicals that they have to get restricted use permits for. And they are putting millions of gallons and millions of tons of dust or liquid on the tree crops, forest products. They're using rat poisons way more than the cannabis growers are. So you can just ask your local ag department what those numbers are. And I just don't want you to be fooled by propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Beth Whitkey, District 2. I'd like to respond to what I heard earlier as I was watching the internet stream about Humboldt County and how if they can't regulate, how can we? Many of these studies were completed.
Ma'am, I'm going to restrict you to
it is
the
germane
report
to
and
the
the mention
report.
of Humboldt County is a report which I am aware of.
Okay. I just want to point out that regulation is very new in California. And to suggest that it hasn't worked or that it can't work, I think is premature, and that we need to pay attention to the timeline of when regulations began, when enforcement begins, and all of that. And when it comes to the report, my understanding is that this picks and chooses from these scientists, and it omits really important findings from these reports. And so I find it to be incomplete. Scott Bauer was mentioned earlier, and he says, in addition, increased oversight of water use for existing marijuana cultivation sites and increased enforcement by state and local agencies will be necessary to prevent and remediate illegal grading and forest conversions. Local and state governments will need to provide oversight to ensure that development related to marijuana cultivation sites is permitted and complies with environmental regulations and best management practices. Local and state agencies and nonprofit organizations should also continue to educate marijuana cultivators and the public about environmental threats, appropriate mitigation measures, and permit requirements to legally develop marijuana cultivation sites and best protect fish and wildlife. We can't just cut and paste and not pay attention to the findings of these scholars. We're not questioning the scholarship of these people. We're questioning the selective emphasis on the negativity of cannabis cultivation versus, you know, the scientists all say regulation is key to protect the environment. So banning defunds law enforcement, code compliance, environmental health. It defunds them so that they can't enforce. Ascent Environmental did the Humboldt County EIR, and they found that banning was untenable. So I question this report. I question the way that it was presented to us in such a frankly shady manner. And I find that the inconsistencies in the best practices here in Calaveras are to ban, where the best practices in Humboldt are to regulate. None of this adds up. And I want you all to respect the intelligence of the group, of the people in the county. We are not easily fooled by these kinds of tactics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a show of hands. How many intended speakers we have left? Okay. I'm going to ask you to stand up there so we can get a visual. No more than 5. Thank you. Bonnie?
Thank you. I'm going to try
Excuse me,
and
Bonnie.
be...
Hang on a minute, please. Thank you. Start our time again for me, Madam Clerk. Okay. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I'm going to try and be pragmatic rather than emotional. I looked that word up in the dictionary. I want to talk about environmental damage because I own some of that responsibility. I'm on my 3rd or 4th 2-gallon jug of Roundup in the past 10 or 15 years, and before that I used Weedazole, and that's been banned. Now before that I used Chlordane, and that's been banned, but damn, there was nothing that killed ants like Chlordane. I still have a brown jug,
Bonnie,
that's full of it.
focused on the report, please.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about pesticides and the damage that all this can do. Now let me think. Okay.
We were talking about
Yes,
Chlordane.
okay. In about 10 weeks, cannabis is going to be legalized for recreational use in California. Regulations of some sort are going to have to be widespread, amount of grows, size of grows, how many plants, use of pesticides across the state. We're not just talking about Calaveras. This is a statewide referendum that the voters of California took, and all of these things need to be looked at, including how to regulate pesticides, herbicides, all the things that I'm guilty of using on my property. I don't have a grow, I don't have pot plants anywhere, I don't have any of that, but I use all of these things already. And I'll tell you, in the 45 years I've been on Double Springs, we don't have frogs anymore, okay? Caltrans goes down and sprays pesticides along the side of the road. Those frogs are all gone. The environment has already been impacted by man's need to control everything. So at this point, it's almost kind of a silly thing to worry about what's going on here and there, because you come to my property, I've got stuff that's been outlawed for 40 years sitting in my cupboard, and I imagine anybody will use anything to control pests, weeds, or whatever's going on to protect what they've got going, whether it's cannabis, whether it's wine, grapes, whether it's corn cobs out in the backyard. I mean, so much energy needs to be put in looking at the long range here. 10 weeks from now, 10 weeks.
Thank you, Bonnie. Mr. Troyan?
Thank you.
Afternoon.
I'm Tom Tryon from District 4. What the industry is asking you to do is to take the cannabis farming and take it out of the shadows and put it in the sunshine. And if you do that through a set of regulations with enlightened rules, then the industry is able to raise capital, to make the investments, to mitigate the negative environmental or other consequences of the farm itself. If you do not do that, then people will not make the investment because their crop can be confiscated at any time. They will not do the infrastructure that is necessary to mitigate the issues associated with the report of Venice Mills. Because when you do the infrastructure, you make your grow site more visible. And they don't want their grow site more visible if it's illegal. They want it less visible or invisible. So if you're going to provide for mitigation, then you're going to have to put us in the sunshine, and you're going to have to give us a set of enlightened rules to go with regulation. If you do not, then you will just have illegal marijuana grows. And all of the negative issues raised by Supervisor Mills, addressed by your environmental consultant, are basically consequences of the economic necessities forced upon illegal growers. And there's no reason to do that. I mean, all of this environmental discussion concerning negative environmental consequences go with illegal grows, just like it does with any illegal activity, whether it be other illegal activities. And there are lots of illegal activities. You want them invisible. You don't want them to be known. You don't want law enforcement to come after you. So all we're asking you for is to give us some enlightened rules to go with a sensible regulation package so we can raise the capital to make the investments, to mitigate the negative issues associated with cannabis farming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Marian Randall, and I'm in District 2, their tax district. And I'll be quick, but I just want to bring up when Mr. Mills brought in that report, one of the things that he kind of said was that he was talking about that so we didn't get lawsuits from the state when we ruined the water and it came into California. I just want to talk about what we've listened to the last week. We've heard the sheriff, we've heard your staff, we've heard members of this county talk about how banning isn't going to stop it. And if we as a county and you as a Board of Supervisors ignore all of those people, your sheriff, the people of this county, and ignore your staff as well, and refuse to do the work to figure out how to stop these illegal growers, to raise the capital, I feel like that's what will bring in lawsuits to this county. I mean, if we are not willing to sit here and do the work and know that we have this problem and we're going to stick our collective heads in the sand, that's when I think the lawsuits will come in. So I hope that we don't do that, and I hope that we figure out how to come together as a community and stop the environment from being ruined from the illegal growers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good
Morning.
afternoon.
Afternoon, rather.
Can I, yeah? Vivian Seichu, District 1. Good afternoon, Honorable Board and Chair. We just have a quick question for the Board of Supervisors. Where is the author of this report, the individual who actually conducted the research, compiled the information, and wrote it up? Is Mr. Jack Cox of the Communication Institute here? If this is an issue of concern, then why isn't he here to bring up these issues? Where has he been in the last 2 years? And why hasn't he brought up these concerns during past public comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Crane, I just want to say that again, I am so impressed with our community. We have come out in force and laid our wisdom out there for everyone to participate in and listen to each other. And if we can't solve this, then we are doomed. But I believe we can. I have faith in our community. And I'd just like to say that I've been listening all day and last week.
Ms. Crane, would you?
Oh, okay. So I'm the one that brought up the point.
Surrender the microphone
Yes.
to the point of order, please.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
What has this got to do with the environmental impact?
You're absolutely right. Thank you.
No. Excellent. You guys handled that beautifully.
We did.
I
As
love
usual, I got started on the wrong foot. I'm just so excited
Wonderful
about it.
job. You
I'm
can
just so
continue,
ex-
Ms. Crane.
I'm just
Please
excited
stay
about
focused
the
on the
process.
report. Okay.
I'm all about the process, which started last week when I raised the point of order about this report that was submitted. And I just want to say that I've listened to everybody and about this report, and people saying you can't self-regulate, doesn't work, and all the things that were brought up in the report. We can't even self-regulate our public comment. So I'm going to go sit down now because I'm having a hard time self-regulating and staying on that topic. But kudos to us all.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, District 2.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go over the bibliography that was included in this report. It can be found on page 31. There are 9 articles listed in the bibliography, 2 of which aren't actually about the environment, and 1 wasn't actually included. Another that wasn't referenced in the bibliography itself was included. The majority of these articles are reproduced in full. However, 2 of the articles do not have the final sections of the articles/reports. There is no indication that these articles are abridged anywhere in Cultivating Disaster. Several of the articles are redundant. They're simply news reports for the same studies that are otherwise cited and or referred to in other articles referenced in the bibliography. See, for example, Article 1 and Article 2. Furthermore, the articles and experts cited in the bibliography are on the record recommending regulations as the solution to the problems identified in their published work. Cultivating Disaster seemingly misrepresents and obfuscates the conclusions of the referenced materials. This is a serious violation of basic intellectual integrity and standards of transparency. Included below is a section, I'll just skip forward to Article 2 cites a lot of the studies, and in it, the concluding sentences of the articles say, Bustick is optimistic about a more regulated future for the marijuana industry in California. The next article that is referenced is Scott Bauer's 2015 study. In the concluding paragraph, it states, local and state government will need to provide oversight to ensure that development related to marijuana cultivation sites is permitted and complies with environmental regulations and best management practices. Another article cited in here is the article published by Dr. Van Bustick of UC Davis. The conclusion of his paper says, we believe that the proper characterization of cannabis as an agricultural crop coupled with greater legal access for researchers to production sites could enable growth in research fields centered on cannabis agriculture as an important human environment system. The work also includes an interview with Mary Power. Mary Power is asked, would full legalization at the federal level make things better from an environmental standpoint? Power concludes, we think so. Additionally, Ruud Gabriel is cited in this study heavily. He's co-author of a report that said if liberalization precedes, future efforts to govern environmental effects of marijuana production should be included both incentives as well as regulatory enforcement efforts to help legal producers comply with environmental laws.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear your point of order, ma'am.
Do we just have 2 final speakers? Because I thought we were supposed to line up 5 people behind the speaker so that we know when public comments will be over. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I will address that. Is there any future speakers or any speakers for public comment? I'm going to request that you stand by the door so we can get a head count. I see 1, 2 standing up. Is there anybody in the other chamber that wishes to speak during public comment? Please come to this chamber now. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Rick Beard, District 2. I'm speaking about the alleged excessive water usage by cannabis farms, assuming Calaveras vineyards and cannabis farms both exhibit similar environmental concerns concerning water usage, erosion, pesticides, and runoff. What's not addressed, while both industries pose potential environmental issues, are the potential monies generated for our county. They're drastically different between the two, while the environmental risks and concerns are similar. Check this out. One grapevine on a very hot day, like most summer days in Calaveras, uses approximately 3 gallons of water per day, depending on trellising and varietal. About 4,500 vines are on 1 acre of wine-grade vineyards. That's 13,500 gallons of water per day on every hot day per acre. With 125 warm to hot days, that's 1.69 million gallons of water. This produces 7,200 servings, glasses, not bottles, per acre. This means it takes 235 gallons of water to make 1 glass of wine. From 1 acre of grapes that make a $30 bottle of wine, the wholesale value of taxable wine from that acre is $48,000. Let's compare that to cannabis. Conservatively, that same acre could produce 1,000 pounds of cannabis per year. Each cannabis plant in a 200-gallon pot could consume up to 10 gallons of water per day. At 2.5 pounds, harvested and dried, per plant, it would take 400
Sir,
plants.
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Can you direct me to what part of the report that this information deals with?
Erosion and runoff, and I was comparing it to the environmental risk and the environmental cost as compared to what comes back to our county.
Okay. You may continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. 400 plants using 10 gallons of water per day for 180 days. It would use 720,000 gallons. At a 1/2 gram serving or dose of cannabis, that acre would produce 900,000 servings or doses per season, equating to a ratio of 0.8 gallons per dose, compared to 235 gallons of water to produce 1 glass of wine. And furthermore, this 1 acre of cannabis produces $1 million of taxable product compared to the $48,000 that the wine vineyard would produce. In addition, the clear-cutting, bulldozing, and grading for vineyards is far more extensive and severe than a regulated cannabis farm. After researching this, I was blown away with the incredible water demands of vineyards. I knew it was bad, but not that bad. And I've been making wine for a long time. I was very surprised by that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Mr. Edson.
Hi. Cliff Edson, San Andreas. Business owner, trying to stay in business. This report was yet another attempt to bamboozle the public with false and misleading information. On the other hand, it substantiates the need for regulation completely. The urgency ordinance was intended to be an ordinance to stop the influx of growers coming in, and the attempt was to put regulation in place to protect the environment because of reportings like this. Because you really don't know. For the same reason that many are talking about, for the same reasons. 5 years ago, I gave a presentation that showed the damage that can be caused with no regulation or enforcement. And Ferdinand was in that report. Never heard Ferdinand up until we mentioned that report, which is 5 years old, not 2 years old, not 1 year old. With Prop 64 being imminent, there were lots of growers coming in and buying up land, many from other states with less environmental control. So they don't know California. We had to do something. Once we got past all the waste of, get past all the waste of time and money that we're spending here, again, 10 months, no progress. A program to re-inspect the farms to make sure that they toe the line, pretty simple to do, actually. That's why we have an ag department. That's the difference between regulated and non-regulated grows. We have an opportunity to get ahead of the issues that will plague this county with no regulation and no enforcement when Prop 64 takes effect. You think it's just going to go around us? Not going to happen. You all took the oath to be truthful with the public. Your report is a misrepresentation of the whole truth. It has a lot of good stuff in it, but it doesn't tell the whole story. And that misrepresents the whole report. How can we find resolution with false and misleading information? Okay, I get it. You don't like pot. And there's a lot of people in here that don't like pot. But you in your jobs, if you like cannabis or not, is to find resolution. Do you honestly believe you can eradicate cannabis from Calaveras County? You think that's possible? It hasn't happened in the 50 years that I know of.
Thank you. Mr. Stopper?
Ben Stopper, District 5. The submission I did earlier today, I'll go directly to what applies to the so-called Mills report. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth paragraph. Unfortunately, it is possible that the traction of huge revenues from the marijuana green rush has motivated many public officials to ignore the serious and inevitable harmful environmental consequences it presents to water quality. The U.S. government, state, and local governments have identified nitrate runoff caused cyanobacteria blooms. I'm going to stop that sentence there. Cyanobacteria predominates in stagnant water. The years running up to 2016, the drought brought the levels of cyanobacteria up in California. And this was a major issue with the State Water Resources Control Board. Also, we have to keep in mind nitrate runoff after a fire. The Butte fire happened the year before we put through regulation. When you lose all those organic compounds, assimilation of nitrates goes down through the floor. So when the runoff comes, the plants don't do the uptake of nitrates and processing, and in fire-ravaged areas, nitrates and runoff goes up predominantly. Urgency. Calaveras County Board of Supervisors is scheduled to vote on October 24, 2017 on an ordinance, either permitted continued marijuana cultivation or imposing an outright ban on marijuana cultivation until proper regulatory controls can be put in place. East Bay Mud Board of Directors and staff may want to consider what action would be appropriate to protect the McComey watershed from further damage from winter rains and toxic runoff that could endanger the public water supply. Sincerely, Clyde Clapp, County Board of Supervisors, District 5. I've submitted this onto public record. If anybody wants to read it in its entirety, this is your board member submitting information from the Mills report to another entity, putting Calaveras in a position for potential litigation.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear your point of order. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clapp had no inclination or view of anything in my report prior to it being presented to this board. I made very sure of that, so that is an insinuation, and I deeply resent that. That is against Rule 46.
So noted. Continue, Mr. Stopper. Time?
No, it's not. They paused it when.
Okay.
So
do we have time? Do we have time remaining, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, 19 seconds.
I see the point of order qualifies as to the author of the letter, but it is signed by, I don't have a copy of the letter. Is it in here?
It's signed by Clyde Clapp.
I want to see that from all eyes to make sure.
And regardless, sir, to address that point of order, points cited within the letter are within the Mills report.
I would have a question of Supervisor Clapp. Supervisor Clapp, did you author this letter?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you directed it to East Bay Mud?
Can you please turn on his microphone, sir?
Mr. Chair.
I'll take care of this.
Yes, I directed the letter. I sent it to East Bay Mud, to the directors, because I couldn't get their corporate office. I sent one to CCWD, and I tried to get one to Stockton Water, which I hope they got one.
And did you
It's on my
comprise
personal-
this letter yourself?
I had help by a retired professor from San Francisco State.
Okay, did Supervisor Mills have any influence on the content?
I took some of the content out of Mills' report that we got. I condensed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please.
It'd have been
I don't see a date on the letter.
the day after you gave us the
Okay.
file.
All right.
And also-
Point of order is out of order. Thank you very much.
Just
Mr.
seconds,
Thank you.
I'd like to finish my question you asked me.
Okay, you can finish, Supervisor.
And I also sent one to the board clerk, so every supervisor should have one, Tim should have one, and county council should have one.
Okay. I'll take that as noted. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stopper?
With my 19 seconds, I would just like to reiterate what Mills just said behind the podium, that there was he said that Clyde Clapp used none of his content within this letter, and he had not seen it, and Clyde Clapp corrected him and said that it was sent afterwards, and he did use some of the content. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, I think the indication was that there was collaboration on my part, and there was no
Supervisor
collaboration.
Mills, I didn't understand.
Okay. It's insinuated here that there was some collaboration on my part towards the letter, and I had not discussed that letter with Mr. Clapp, nor have I had any input on that letter from Mr. Clapp. So if he took information from my study, that's fine, but I want it understood that he and I had no discussion or any predisposition to discuss.
No, so noted. Thank you, sir. Is there any other speakers regarding public comment? Well,
I would like to point out that that information was embargoed till the 17th, and that you knew there was a vote on the 24th.
Well, we're going to take a break. 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. Need I remind everybody that we will be respectful of the chambers and the people contained, and the gallery and staff, and the Board of Supervisors. May I see an indication of hands of anybody that wishes to continue during public comment? I see a total of one person. Is there anyone else? Then public comment after this gentleman speaks will be closed. Sir, you may proceed.
Hello, Board and Community. My name is Darren Toski. I'm from San Andreas. I currently reside in Santa Cruz and have property in District 2. I graduated in politics and biology from the University of Santa Cruz and studied at the Center for Agroecology and Sustainable Food Systems, and I've been working in organic farming for the last 20 years. And it seems that this is really turning into an environmental issue in a lot of ways, which is very important to the growing community of Calaveras County. The core growing community farming marijuana in Calaveras County historically has been someone who has been responsible and has wanted to grow organically. My studies at the Center for Agroecology and Sustainable Food Systems has showed that conventional farming in general, like our grape industry, I worked in Murphy's Grapes for 4 years doing terracing and production and development, and it is a petroleum-based synthetic industry, as our whole entire Central Valley basically is. That is the main contaminants of our agricultural business, is conventional farming. Calaveras County has wanted, our main organic farmer in vegetables in Murphy's is an organic farmer. It's our only big farmer. Historically, all marijuana farmers in Calaveras County have been wanted to be organic farmers. For us to have the chance to lead that and be regulated would be a blessing. We want that. We want to be organic. We don't want to put pollutants in our water. So giving us that opportunity is what we need. And we can set the example on a state level right here in Calaveras County. So please give us the opportunity to do it right, because it's going to be here. And we want to do it right. We want to set the example.
We want to focus on the report.
Yeah, being the report is showing erosion and pesticide use that is out of control, which the erosion from Sierra Pacific Industries compared to the marijuana industry is not even comparable. I have hiked and biked all over the forest on our watersheds. If we are addressing the marijuana industry, we need to address the clear cutting, and we need to address the vineyards that are ran naked without cover crops, and the steep slopes all over our county, which is now cut like a calico cat. I don't know if you guys have been out there, if you've seen the clear cuts, but this is something that the marijuana growers care about immensely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, seeing no other speakers, we're going to close public comment. Hearing is still continuing. I'm going to give staff the opportunity and the board to comment. Staff, you can go first.
I don't really have anything specific to add to the discussion unless you have any questions of us, either myself or the consultant. So I'll just sort of turn it back to the board. If any members have questions, be free to try to answer that. This is your deliberation process, so whatever you wish to add to the discussion.
Any staff member or board member have a question of Mr. Maurer regarding the Planning Commission? Do we have comments on the report and the response?
If you'd like us to clarify some of the points.
Your prerogative, sir.
One of the comments that was raised was concerning Humboldt County and cannabis operations there, and comparing them to Calaveras and whether they were regulated in Humboldt or not, because it's used as an example in both the study by Supervisor Mills. Calaveras, or Humboldt County, began regulating cannabis grows in 2016. That's when they passed their first ordinance. They have 15,000, an estimated 15,000 illegal grows in Humboldt County. 2,337 of them have applied for permits. About 68% are for permits on existing illegal grows. So that's the statistics there. So obviously there's an awful lot of illegal grows. And the chemical use that is cited in a lot of the studies, as we heard, is for illegal grows. You can't do that on legal grows. You just can't use the kind of chemicals that have been involved in staying in compliance. There was a comment that our environmental impact report, and I'm only bringing it up because of relevance, for saying that a ban in Humboldt County was untenable. That's not really accurate. Humboldt County wants to regulate, and that was an objective that they expressed in the environmental impact report, or in their desire to move forward. So we just said the no project alternative was infeasible, given that they want to regulate. They don't want to ban. So that's why that EIR is worded that way. There were comments about regulation being self-regulation. In the instance of marijuana cultivation and compliance with the regional board order, which is a requirement of the proposed ordinance, it requires annual monitoring and submittal of reports to the regional board, and then the county is also allowed to inspect as part of the ordinance. So I'm not sure that characterizing it as self-regulation is entirely accurate when this kind of reporting is required. There were comments about the state being unable to regulate marijuana and demonstration of that. Again, the laws, the ordinances that regulate are all new as far as we know. 2016 being probably the oldest regulation, other than the regional board order that was established by the Central Valley in 2015. So it's a very newly regulated industry. We can't sit here today and tell you how successful regulation is or is not. There's just not evidence. The only other thing I'll point out is one of the commenters submitted to you the Department of Pesticide Regulation, California Department of Pesticide Regulation list of legal pest management practices for marijuana growers in California. I just want to point out that that is part of the Regional Board Order R5 2015-0115. It's an appendix. It's a very extensive document. It goes through a lot of detail on the regulation, regulatory practices, how to grade, how to manage. It's one of the more detailed board orders that we've come across, and it includes the permissible pesticides. And it includes a table in it, and in the table where it talks about legal pesticides, it says active ingredients that are exempt from residue tolerance requirements and either are exempt from registration requirements or registered for broad use enough to include use on marijuana. So the intent of providing this list is to provide for pesticide use that is considered to be consumable.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the consultant? Seeing no questions? No further questions of staff by the board? Seeing none, we'll start with Supervisor Clapp for deliberation and comments. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, I noticed one of them, they said that we're basically trying to go after the marijuana farms and stuff. And just last month, we appointed Supervisor Mills to a joint powers committee down on groundwater. And I believe Supervisor Tofanelli brought in that his great concern for the number of orchards that are being put in and the effect it's going to have on our groundwater. I think we take a lot of different things serious, not just one issue. And I think water is a serious issue in our county, not just on the one part, but several fronts. And another thing I would have to, my comments on be, is a legal farm to an unlegal farm. I know of farms that were in the process of being permitted, so they had an application to grow pot. They grew it for a year and started the following year, but they didn't fill in their paperwork. They didn't do their water discharge permits, and so they went from being legal to illegal, and those sites have never been evaluated on what's there. They've had 2 years of growing, and no one's ever came in to see what's still there. It's still like Cosgrove Creek, it runs off into that. There may be something there, it may be nothing there, but we don't know. And how many of these farms start out being legal and now it's not legal is a great concern of mine.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their comments regarding the study. It was almost like getting a grade in college. But it did come about from 3 years of public comment. I was sitting in the back of the room when the UO was put together. I was sitting here when the previous board had discussed regulation, but I asked questions. I looked for experts and did research and had people help me with that. I'm concerned that we're not doing a true cost recovery here. Our general fund over several years has suffered multiple hits to backfill the shortfalls from marijuana enforcement. I had a recent conversation with a Sacramento County supervisor. They're starting to see a problem in Elk Grove and then up along 99 through to 47th Street, where people from Chinese nationals are buying literally whole tracts of homes and converting them into indoor grows. They got nothing to lose, and so what happens is that Sacramento County is trying to figure out, well, what do we do about this? And it's much like Madera. If you remember back in February, I said Madera County had a $500 per plant administrative fee. Well, I found out Sacramento County likewise has the same thing. So in just removing 500 plants from a grow recently, they assessed a fine of $236,000 just in one spot. Had we had a $500 per plant administrative fee back when this all started with the 96,000 plants that our staff has indicated they've eradicated, that would be an income, or at least it'd be on the books for $48 million. 33 agencies were stated by the sheriff as available. How many have helped us in the past? I know CAMP has been mentioned. That's part of HIDA. That's federal. There has been federal agencies involved in our county in the past and the recent past. But I need to ask a question. If you're a hoarder, is anyone going to come in and help you clean up? You have to have the will to clean up first, and if you lack the political will, you're not going to get the help. I recall the fight over an asphalt plant that occurred here recently, and so my question to Alameda and Contra Costa County is, why did you do a not in my backyard and ban cultivation in your two counties, hoping that you can push it somewhere else and push it right into your water supply? We have not quantified the environmental damage from growing in our county, and until we do, I don't see regulation as being much of an option. Are we willing to negate environmental law, the safety of our children, for a plant? The concept of money at all costs is ridiculous. Know that the money, the regulation by itself will not solve the problem due to the unknowns. This land is not geared to this type of activity. We have steep slopes. We have a lot of grading going on. If you've ever seen it from the air, you've watched over the last 2 years how the influx, just the absolute influx of activity has occurred. It's like we asked people to come here, legal and illegal, if you want to call them that. So where is the cost to society for environmental regulation? There has to be a cost-benefit ratio for any decision we make. And I look at the Clean Water Act, and that's why it was in my report. It had a benefit to make our environment cleaner. It worked. So I guess the question is, are we willing to put up with the cost to society for generations to come by this decision? If you look at the air quality issue, there's one thing that came out in my recent research, and that has to do with Washington State. They do have ordinances there to eliminate smells and odors from marijuana production up there. I'm trying to see where I've got it here. It's Washington State Clean Air Act 70.94.640, because they found out that grapes don't smell. And that seems to be a really a deep problem that we just seem to have been ignoring all along, because the majority of the complaints that I get start with the odor issues that are people living next door or surrounded by these type of grow sites. If the sheriff said to me in the discussion here back on the 18th when we had that break and Diane was putting together the packets for everyone, we had come to the conclusion that it could be on bad sites up to $1 million per site cleanup. Maybe that's where we need to look at it. If there's any discussion about regulation, are we willing to performance bond these locations for cleanup costs for about $1 million each? That might be part of it. Someone mentioned the photos that I used. They're in public domain. That's Google Maps, and anybody can look at it. Next. We the counties in the foothills are the water supply for the rest of the state. This county alone supplies 9% of all of the clean, safe drinking water to the state of California. I would ask that the state do a reset here and take the foothills and make them off limits to any activity. I don't care if somebody said something about clear cutting, I understand. It could potentially cause environmental damage to that critical infrastructure. Currently, the state regulations are paper tigers with limited enforcement ability. There's no regulation of chemicals and fertilizers used in the activity other than what you have here in the document that you mentioned. I have had conversation with Yvonne West, who's a senior staff counsel with the State Water Board, and they understand. They're behind the eight ball. And Ascent, you've mentioned the fact that this is a new process. It's going to take time for it to all get in place. Many of the people that were in my study said very clearly that regulation is possible. But if you listen carefully to their discussion, most of them will say, not now. We lack the capacity. Los Angeles and the Bay Area need to be aware that what we put on the ground here may eventually come out of their faucets. How many outdoor growth sites have been mitigated or remediated or even verified whether or not they need to be that in Calaveras County in the last 12 months? Zero. What is the liability for knowing or not handling the problem? Well, that's the unknown. So let's learn from the Eel River disaster. Let's not repeat it in an area that affects everyone else in the state. The Eel River flows to the ocean. It doesn't flow to Los Angeles. So I think no matter what the cost, the liability for endangering or potentially polluting the watersheds of the state of California far exceed any short-term benefit if there is no way to enforce the laws created by the state or local jurisdictions. The Water Board, it was just last Thursday on that general order, by the way, this past Thursday, exempted the dumping of indoor wastewater from state regulation, whether to private septic tank or municipal system. And I've had conversations with the municipal wastewater operators here locally, so I know what their challenges would be. Now wastewater treatment system operators will have to scramble to find ways to regulate and treat this water. Counties will be forced to create rules governing leach fields to prevent contamination of surrounding ground and wells. Great job, State of California. Create regulations to make everybody feel good, and then you walk away from the responsibility for the enforcement. Now, I look at people have used the words regulated sites, legal sites, approved sites. I would defy this board to do a field trip. Pick 5 sites at random and find out how many of them will actually meet the qualifications of the current urgency ordinance. I could take you one out there on Indian Creek right now that I think is an absolute disaster, and it's an approved site. It's a legal site. Everybody wants to talk about legal. I can't even begin to go there because these are sites that are continuing to expand after the urgency ordinance, are continuing to grade. We're having continuing problems with water thefts. How many of them are hauling wastewater out? I know one comment was, I haul my wastewater out, but how many really do that? Anytime you see regulation in California, you feel like you have some comfort in knowing the state wrote some regulations. But when I talk to state officials, they admit that they're not capable of inspecting. In fact, I said when I sat on CCWD, Yvonne West, let us do the inspections here. You're collecting $10,000. Let us do the inspections, and we'll offset the cost of doing that. At least somebody will inspect. So how many sites have been actually checked by the state in the last 12 months as a result of all of those fees that have been collected? Probably very few. So understand, regulation requires compliance. And I think that the people who have attempted to do this and work with the UO over the last 12 months, you had a golden opportunity. But that golden opportunity included an opportunity to speak clearly and succinctly to this board and not engage in personal issues as you brought your message forward. So spending your 3 minutes of time on personal attacks, I don't know where that got you, but I was looking desperately to try to get the additional information that I needed to make a good, sound decision on this matter today. And I thank everyone for listening.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you very much. I don't think anything I say up here is going to influence any of the votes that are sitting up here with me, but I've made a promise to my constituents that I would always tell them when I made a decision what my thinking process was. And so, we've listened to hundreds of hours. I apologize. This is my opus on this issue, and it's a little longer than I would prefer, but I wanted you to understand what my thinking is. So, gentlemen, I believe a ban on commercial cannabis cultivation in Calaveras County is a bad move for our citizens. I recognize the many valid arguments on both sides of this debate. People are concerned about the economic impact on their businesses, on the environment, on their lifestyles, on both sides. I thank the citizens of this county for the hundreds of calls, emails, and meetings I've received on this issue. Sincerely, I do. This community really did a lot of work. I believe that we have some questions that we need to decide, that we need to consider before we vote. First, will a ban make our community safer? Will a ban make our environment cleaner? How will we make up a $7.2 million structural hole in our budget? How many and who will we lay off under a ban? We know the sheriff will lose 9 positions, and without salary increases, which we would not be able to afford, how will we retain the officers we currently have? Without code enforcement officers, hearing officer, and environmental protection workers, who will lead in the abatements and protect our environment under a ban? What industry do we expect to fill the gap left by banning an estimated $300 million industry in our county, and how long will that take us to develop it? How will we manage the legal costs that will be associated with a ban? We have had literally hundreds of hours of testimony on cannabis. I will not recount the arguments, but these fundamental questions still have not been resolved. Before we move ahead, I ask each of you to give your answers. I have tried very hard to be pragmatic about cannabis and where we are. I personally don't know the answers to these questions or what we will do should this board choose to ban. But what I do know is this. Today, our economy is strong. Like cannabis or not, the people I represent are working. They drive trucks, they make meals, they process books, or run nonprofits, as well as work directly on these farms. We have a balanced budget that stopped the fundraising that we have done year after year since the start of the Great Recession. We have been able to fund our libraries, build enforcement teams in the sheriff's office and code enforcement, and distribute funds to our fire departments. We did all this with cannabis excise taxes. We made mistakes. We did some things right, and we did some things wrong. But in both spaces, we learned. It has been difficult, but we have adapted. Today, we have in place a model that I believe is working. It has not been as smooth as anybody would want, but we are making progress, and by the sheriff's own admission, we can control this industry in the future if we continue to provide funding. Our hearing process is working. Code enforcement is working, and we're getting a handle on the environmental impacts. Our staff can tell you we are making progress. In a world where people consider community contributions a like on Facebook or cutting and pasting a letter online, these are the people who are doing the job every day, doing the heavy lift for our county. I believe what they say far more than any internet troll, and they tell me they can do the job and get it done. There is no doubt that there is environmental impacts, but by banning as put forward by the EIR, we are assuming 100% compliance. Without enforcement, does anyone here fool themselves into thinking violations will cease? Let's not bury our heads in the sand and act like we live in a world that we don't. If you care about your environment, let's protect it. Enforce our laws and actually protect it. I hope that this goodwill towards our environment will continue in next year as we finish the general plan for the county. I welcome this new group of environmental activists. I hope that their concern for the environment is sincere and not a cynical maneuver to ban an industry they consider immoral. So, let's be pragmatic leaders. How will we make up the structural deficit in our county? Let's be honest, there is no hidden source of funds. There is no federal government that is going to come and save us. I have spoken with the Congressman's staff, his chief of staff, last night. Our congressman is the author on several pieces of legislation that would bar the feds from enforcing their laws on cannabis in the state of California. Attorney General Sessions is not going to make his first move in this arena under the nose of a hostile Republican congressman. Unless Congressman McClintock shows up in these chambers and tells us the cavalry is on its way, flanked by a squad of DEA and a bag of federal cash, I will take him at his work and his legislative history and assume there is no federal help on the way. To think otherwise is a real pipe dream. The reality is we are on our own. Yes, cannabis is illegal federally and legal in California. The battle between states' rights and federal rights is as old as our country. We had our first Constitution fail because of this issue, and we fought a civil war because of it. I personally do not believe we will resolve this national debate in Calaveras. So, there is no savior coming to help us fund this county. Therefore, the only way to balance our budget will be to cut people. The deficit is about 12% of our county discretionary budget. Cuts will not be even across the board because that does not make sense. We have state and federal mandates to meet. Much of our budget is for these mandated programs, which we have no say over. Therefore, budget cuts will be on general fund positions. The largest of these general fund expenditures is the Sheriff's Department. Those cuts will make us less safe and will hurt our environment. So what is our plan? Economic development? First, let me state the obvious once again. We are throwing out a $300 million industry in exchange for a yet-to-be-developed and unvisioned industry. For example, if we wanted to target, as Mr. Clapp has told me is his priority, that would produce only about $300,000 a year for the county coffers under the best-case scenarios. That would take 3 to 4 years to develop, and there seems to be a consensus that Amazon, electronic checkouts, robots, and other issues will render this industry less robust for our community. So what is our plan? I urge you all to stop and consider these impacts. They are not unforeseen. We can create a workable regulation if we are determined to do so. The EIR was full of suggested mitigation protections. Let's send this back to the Planning Commission and have them complete this good work they have started. When they have created a regulatory ordinance, we could certify the EIR and move ahead with a regulatory ordinance. Whatever we do right now, we will own. Nobody is doing this to us. We are not victims here. We are accountable to our staff and our citizens, and we will own this decision and all that follow it. We have other options available to us where we can maintain our economic health and protect our environment and our public safety. Moving ahead on a ban will make our community less prosperous, less environmentally clean, and less safe. Let's vote this ordinance down, regroup, and move ahead with reasonable regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be stating something that people have asked me for the last 2 years. What's your position, Supervisor Oliveira? When I walked in here this morning, that decision was not made. But I listened, read Supervisor Mills' report, and he's right. Our county is at risk environmentally. I don't think he's 100% right, but he's got some very, very important points that we need to address immediately. And I've listened to Supervisor Garamendi. He covered about 90% of what I was going to talk about, but there's something that I really want to talk to you folks about, and everybody else, all the 44,000 people in this county. And I think I'm qualified to say this because I've been there. I've been in those trenches, if you will. I've been with the Sheriff's Department. I've seen the illegal grows. I've seen the legal grows. I've seen the meth labs. I've seen what it's done to our society, the very fabric of our society, with the domestic violence and the crime. And I can't shut my eyes to that. Number one, I took an oath not to. But number two, personally, I can't shut my eyes to what's happening. I want you to take a minute and look right to your left and right. That person sitting next to you is part of this county. Now, I don't know what their philosophy may be regarding this issue, but I know one thing. I would almost bet that if it comes to their safety, you would raise a hand. You would help. We've seen that in the Butte Fire. We've seen that in our storm damage. We've seen that in this county more times than I have experienced. We have a good county. And I swore, and I still do, to protect that county and make it as safe as I possibly can. My personal views on marijuana, I'll tell you right up front. I don't use it. I don't like it. I've seen what it's done in the major urban areas, in the Oakland streets, when I was a police officer there. And there was other things involved. It wasn't just marijuana. It was heroin. It was psychedelics. It was everything. But I saw what happened down there. Take a look at what's going on in the urban areas right now, folks. I'm not going to let that happen in Calaveras County. I'm going to make sure that I can do everything I possibly can to make this the safest county that I can. But I can't do it alone, and I can't do it without money, because a ban right now, I don't believe we'll be able to enforce it. I don't believe we'll be able to enforce a regulation. It's not going to be like a light switch, folks. It's not going to be turned on and off. So we better sit down and decide what the heck we're going to do for the next 10 years, because Supervisor Garamendi's right. We own it. And I will not be part of a program that cannot be enforced, and as Supervisor Mills said, a paper tiger. I will do what's necessary to make this county safe. Thank you. Supervisor Toffanelli?
Can I abstain?
Go ahead and follow that one.
Well, I guess it's time. I'm the guy everybody's been waiting to hear. Obviously, everybody feels that it's 2 and 2, and I've been called the swing vote here. You know, I've got several things to say before I get into some of the specifics. You know, I've sat here for the last 10 months as this thing has gone on, and there's been many comments by many people on the length of it and what's been happening. But I'll tell you what, just from this side of the diocese and with this board here, other than a lot of things that are going on, this board, through all of everything that's happening, has always strived to do the things to protect the county, whether it's through the EIR or anything else. When it comes to this issue, to get here, it may seem like a long time, but this board together as a whole, even though they're divided, obviously, we're divided on this issue, has maintained the fact that we need to do the process, whatever it takes, in order to protect this county. So I commend all of them, even on the stand that they have, for what they have done to this point. And it's been a long time to get here. You know, and I wrote several things over the course of the last couple of months, and even the break between last week when we had it this week. to summate all of my thoughts, I had a lot to think about. And, you know, what I want to say is, as much as the Butte fire disaster or even the winter storm disasters brought all of us together as a county and as communities, this issue has cut and divided us completely, this one single issue. As I sit here today, and I sit here last week and other weeks, I look out in the forum out here right now, and I see band people mostly on the right and the pro-grow on the left. Just a complete division as wide as that aisle between them. And it doesn't seem that either side wants to move. Each side has dug a trench. They've drawn a line in the sand, and they're adamant that they are right on what they want to fight for. And to speak of that, we, as Supervisor Calaveras brought up, we all live in this county. I'm looking at everybody here, and I assume everybody here is a United States citizen. Everybody here is an American, and these are your rights. Sitting here at the local county government, being able to speak your mind at this microphone, and even using some profanities that were used earlier, shows this community and the people that are willing to come out and speak what they feel their rights are and what they feel they stand for. And again, if we were in a lot of other countries, you would not be able to do that. You would be sitting here listening to what you were going to be told, what was going to be done. So we are all living in this county. There's a lot of things for this board to consider on this issue. Whether other board members want to consider all of these issues, it's up to them. Each one of them are elected separately. We are all supervisors. We are all at the same level. We are trying to protect our districts and our county the best that we can on what we feel our constituents want. There's a lot of these issues cover the budget this board adopted, our staff, local businesses, public safety, health and welfare, fire district, and the public themselves, and also all of the county employees. I've been told by many people that as an elected official, I can make everybody mad. I should make everybody mad, and then that's a test of me doing my job. And I don't believe that for a moment. I don't buy into that. I think as supervisors, we have our charge before us is trying to listen to our constituents, listen to the people, and try to make the best informed decision that we possibly can. And a lot of the information that we're informed with is behind closed doors and closed sessions, so the public does not have the ability to hear of some of the items that go into consideration for anything that we deem that we want to take in as part of how we're going to make a decision on something. In my opinion, the urgency order was a disaster, and most would agree. And unfortunately, the county could not keep up with the influx nor the control of what came forward after that urgency ordinance was adopted. There was close to 1,000 applications. It was, to this day, we still not have gone through all of those applications. We have not gone through all of the appeals. It was just overwhelming. And I think that's most of what we're hearing testimony from, was that overwhelmingness of the county and not being able to even get through all of the process for those permits. But even going back and re-inspecting any of the ones that were permitted, they just don't have the staff, they don't have the time to do that. And I think that's part of what happened here and what a lot of people are upset about, because that's most of the calls that I get. Control must be gained. How do we do that? That's up to this board, and how we're going to go forward in trying to gain and staff the ability to control it. And today, those are the notes I had written while we were sitting here listening to everybody talk today, and these are the notes that I wrote over the course of this weekend. It says, I am put in a position by most people of being a swing vote on this issue. I am such, in my opinion, because I chose to look at each issue that comes before this board from both sides and make my decision based on all of the information available, which is what I believe is how the job of a supervisor is done. However, I do not see myself as a swing vote, as no matter which way I vote today, it will take 2 more votes. I can't just be a single vote here. There are 5 of us here, and there are no swing votes. There's either 3-2, a 4-1, or 5-0. There are no swing votes. No matter how you want to look at how I'm sitting here today and waiting to hear what I have to say, it takes 3 votes to get anything through here. I have stated from the beginning, during my campaign and before the election, and to this day, from January until this day, I have not wavered on anything I've had to say. It does not belong in residential zones, period. I have said that, and I've gained ground on that because more and more people have agreed. It does not belong in residential. That is the basis of what most of everything that we have being complained about is the residential grows. Continual emails, continual phone calls, continual everything of complaints that I've received have to do with it being in residential zones. I've also stated we should wait to see what the state does, and I haven't wavered from that. I think it's important to see, even the state at this time, is supposed to come online in 2 months, and the state is still jockeying on what they're going to do at this time. They have not come completely clean and put out forward any of a lot of the stuff on their regulations. Over the course of the last 10 months, I've been threatened to be recalled from a pasture standing right here at this podium in this boardroom if I don't vote for a ban. I've been told by many people on the street that I will be recalled if I don't vote for a ban. I've been told, and I've been threatened to be recalled at a meet and greet by a union official, saying that he will have the union pay for the recall signs and start the petition to recall me if I don't vote for regulations. I have been threatened to be recalled by business owners that congregated at a business locally, and one of the owners called me and told me that they were threatening to recall Toffanelli because their business depends on it, on the volume of people coming here and the growers that are here. So their business is dependent on it, and their livelihood does. And I've been threatened by the growers themselves, if I don't vote to regulate, that I will be recalled. So I've been put in a position here that it seems to be backed into a corner. I made a comment to Supervisor Garamendi earlier today when we broke for lunch. I felt like I was going for my last meal. To which I did have lunch with Tom Tryon, and he bought me my final meal. So. But I got to say, this issue I have tackled, beside all of that, I've tackled this issue as I've tried to tackle every issue that comes before this board, as mundane as some of them may be and as important as this one. I've done a lot of homework on this issue over the last several months leading into today. I've spent time with the CAO going over budgetary matters. I have spent many hours in County Council's office, both County Council and Julie's office. I've spent time in planning. I've spent time with the auditor in a long conversation concerning the current budget. And I was there yesterday for quite a long time discussing issues that have to do with what's before us now. I also discussed with her midterm and next year's budget. I have been in meetings with ban proponents. I have been in meetings with regulation proponents. And I've been in meetings with business owners. So I've heard from everybody on this issue. And I'll get on to my thoughts on what the Planning Commission's reports that came to us had to say. It says within the Planning Commission's recommendation, it puts these grows in 3 zones: A1, AP, and GF for the outdoor grows. The planning staff reports that would eliminate 83% of the groves currently. The figures I have put it as even more, as there are only 16, and I got these numbers from Planning Department as I spent time with Peter and between emails and going over there. There are only 16 in A1. There are 2 in AP and 3 in GF that are permitted as of today. There are 27 in A1, 11 in AP, and 0 in GF that are pending. That would make 19 more possibly permitted grows, given the current rate at which we are seeing approval at half of those getting a permit. There are only 3 permitted indoor grows in M1, M2, and M4, with 1 pending. Most of all the estimates on tax income that I have seen is based on existing permits and pending applications, along with some denied applications that did pay the taxes. That means all of those estimates of millions and millions of dollars, based on the figures that I've come up with, there would be potentially 43 permitted sites at this time, according to the Planning Commission's report to us. Those 43 permitted sites that fall within the perimeters of those recommendations. However, only about half of those are located on A1, AP, and GF zones, or on lots of 50 acres or more. Depending on the canopy sizes of those groves, if they are all half acres, and they're not, the most attainable taxes on the next installment, if any regulation goes forward based on those figures, would only be $946,000, not millions and millions and millions. As a matter of fact, the current budget for 2017-2018 only has $981,359 in it for eradication. So the taxes on those groves wouldn't even amount to what we've allocated at this time for the current budget for eradication. I hear a lot about stiff regulations. Well, let's look what stiff regulations really are. And I brought some reference material with me today, and it's been sitting here all day in front of me. Most people know that I am in the steel industry. I hold a contractor's license, to which I referenced earlier today. Every time I bid on a job, every job, specifically just about every single job that I do in the steel industry for steel construction and fabrication, I have regulations. That's for steel fabrication, right there. That's a stack of regulations I faced every single day when I go in to do a job and bid on a job. This is a manual for any time I want to go out and do any steel erection in the field. This is the steel AISC. This is the manual. This is the Bible of steel erection and construction. That goes on top of that. Those are regulations. There are regulations this thick for putting a bolt in a hole, and how much torque you can put on that bolt. Every one of these regulations that you see here is tied to an independent laboratory for inspection. Any weld I put on needs to be inspected. Any bolt I put in a hole needs to be inspected. Any piece of material that I use needs to be inspected. You talk about track and trace. The steel industry has been in track and trace for years. Any piece of material that I buy for a specific job has a heat number put on it at the mill where it was made. There's an independent laboratory at each one of those mills continuously during production. At the time that that material is made, they produce what's called a material test report, or an MTR. When you buy a piece of steel, it's shipped to your place. There's a heat number on it and a material test report that is shipped with it. You cannot fabricate any iron until an independent inspection laboratory comes out, takes the MTRs, and verifies that material. A lot of jobs, you have to then transfer that heat material. Anytime you cut it up into pieces or use it, you have to transfer that heat material onto that piece of material that you're using, and it stays in place, and it's erected in the field and stays in place in the field in case anything happens to that building. They can go back and trace the little tiniest part that was used and pull up the material test report to find if it failed, if it met the standards that were within the specifications. This is just one job. This is the list of specifications for the job. And ladies and gentlemen, that is just the steel industry. You've got concrete, metal studs, electrical, you've got joists, you've got decking, you've got all kinds of other trades that come in behind that are regulated just like this. This is not just for the steel industry. So you want to talk about regulation for an industry. I don't think where we're at in this industry is anywhere near this. It may be headed that way, but I've heard complaints about just a small list and people come in and testifying about a small list of regulations. There's a lot of people that most of us are concerned. I've heard from both sides that we're all concerned about the environment. And how to protect that. How do we protect that? How do we make everybody happy and go forward and be prosperous and protect that? And I've thought about that for quite a while. And I too have grave concerns about the environmental problems associated with cannabis, as many have after watching and reading many accounts. I would like to have this addressed with any regulations that we go forward, along with the public safety and health. After many days and nights of thoughts on this issue, I have decided that I would consider, I'm still in favor of a ban, but I would consider the following regulations for any commercial grows within this county. And it's not a short list. Not as long as this list. And I had many conversations with many people on this, not only inside council, but some outside council. All growing must stop within 30 days. Exclude all grows within Rancho Calaveras and any residential zoning. Only permitted and pending applicants would be eligible going forward. Any permitted or pending application at the time of this ordinance is enacted must get a complete, clean bill of health on their current site within 1 year. This includes a soil and water sample that are approved, this includes a soil and water site sample that are approved by the County Environmental Department, and the samples must be taken and analyzed by a county-approved lab paid for by the applicant. And they must have those documentation that their site is absolutely clean through water and soil samples by an independent laboratory prior to applying for a new permit. Existing sites that conform to the above must be re-inspected and submit at their cost soil and water samples from a county-approved lab in order to conform. And I'll get on further on down when talking about existing sites. 1 grow per site, regardless of lot size. 1 grow per property owner or registrant. There must be some form of residence on the site. No tents, no buckets, none of that. There must be some form of a residence on site. There must be 500-foot setback from all property lines. M1, M2, and M4 zones to remain as indoor only, and with the current number, which, as I stated before, was only 3 with 1 pending. When the state of California comes online with their certified organic program, all grows must be conform to those state regulations. All indoor grows must have air filtration. Any new or existing sites that meet qualifications must have a county-approved lab take grow area soil and water samples. Is there any new or existing sites? Approved lab and take grow area soil and water samples along with soil samples from outside of the grow area for a baseline, and this is paid for by the applicant. These baseline sample data sheets are to be maintained in the application files for future reference. Soil and water samples are to be taken in the grow areas and surrounding areas twice a year. Once in the spring before planting, and once before harvest, and they are to be compared to the current baseline samples that are on your file for the site. These samples are to be paid for by the registrant and conducted only by county-approved labs. These results are to be kept in the applicant's file for future comparison. The county shall inspect the grow sites at least twice yearly for conformity. Any and all fertilizers or pesticides or chemicals are to be housed in a separate building acceptable to county environmental with all data sheets of the contents posted on the outside of the building. Any illegal substances found would be cause for the permit to be revoked. If any site borders unapproved zones, then a CUP would be required. If any of those zones border residential or any that are outside of that, then you would need to get a conditional use permit. The grow must not be visible from the roadway, including any of the fencing that I'm going to bring up later as we go forward. So your fencing, nothing can be visible from the road. Fencing must be a permanent fence with no plastic, and it must be lockable. I propose a cap of 50 to begin with here now, a cap of total of 50 sites. This would allow the county to get and maintain control of the applications and the ordinance and not be overwhelmed. I think the problem is that we need, if we're going to go forward with any of this, we need a point to where we can at least have some control over this thing. It's out of control just completely, and the county has not had the ability to do anything about it. You must conform to all building codes. All chemicals, pesticides, and fertilizers used must be on file and approved by the county for your site. All plants must be grown in pots, no in-ground grows. You must obtain a water board permit. No manufacturing of any type. Any grading or timber harvest done, you must obtain the proper permits from the state and county. You must have an approved well or public water. Maximum canopy size would be 22,000 square feet. Any hoop houses must be opaque with no light escaping. No generators running. Yearly registration fees would apply per the Nexus study. Enhanced background checks for all registrants. You must abide by all state laws. Any site out of compliance during inspection must stop growing and destroy their plants immediately. You must, in order to even apply for the permit after your site is clean and certified, you must be current with all taxes, the current past taxes. If you did not pay your taxes, then you're not eligible. The actual grow site within your lot must have a map showing where the grow site is located, and it must be approved by the county. And part of what was said today, all indoor grows are to have their runoff tested twice a year, and their runoff must be into a county-approved tank. And that tank is subject to testing. Again, if any illegal pesticides, fertilizers, or any of that comes into the testing, then your permit would be revoked immediately. And that, I think, is what I have. Those are the regulations I see that would address most of everything that was being talked about, most of what I've heard people talk about. I think it would allow the county to at least get a grip. I think everything of what we're talking about illegal grows and the county not being able to maintain the permitted sites that we have. They're enlarging their sites because they know the county's not going to come back. All relates to the number and the size of what was undated on this county through the urgency order. There was no cap placed on it to begin with, and they were completely overwhelmed, have never come on board since, have never had the opportunity to. They're more interested, they're more undated right now with trying to get through the approval process than they are trying to have manpower to go back and look and inspect any of the permitted sites. And like any other business, you're going to take advantage when you can, I think. But I think that we need to at least stop someplace and say, at least if we have this number and we have these conditions, that we would be able to at least go forward with some control over it. And it would be completely out of residential, and it would address a lot of the issues that I've heard coming forward. Again, I tried to do my homework and listen to everybody and come up with something. I know it's not what everybody is going to be happy with. Again, you know, it's something that maybe this board can work with. I don't know.
Thank you, Supervisor Toffenelli. County Council, at this point, do we need to address the EIR issues that was discussed as far as voting, accepting, certifying?
Generally, the process is that that the board would certify the EIR and then move on to approving the project. I think that generally we would recommend that if the only ordinance that is in front of the board today is the ban ordinance. The regulatory program recommendations of the Planning Commission were just recommendations in a bullet point format. So if, for instance, the board were inclined to direct staff to draft a regulatory ordinance, we would recommend that you not certify the EIR, but rather wait until the project, which it would be the regulatory program ordinance, come forward, and that the EIR be certified at the time that the project description or the project ultimately comes forward for approval.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Therefore, I would like to make a motion for permission.
By all means, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to return this to staff and to the Planning Commission using the input provided up here to craft a regulatory ordinance.
There's a motion made by Supervisor Garamendi to provide direction. Hope I get this right.
I just
to draft a permanent ordinance regarding regulation as referenced by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is that correct?
And to work with, bring it back through the Planning Commission and do the analysis of it.
I just wanted to verify then with Supervisor Toffenelli that I'm assuming that that means that the other parts of the list that were not, such as sunset dates and what have you, are recommendations that you are rejecting, and so I should bring it back to the Planning Commission without the provisions that you've omitted?
No, you could add those provisions at this time.
Okay, so only to the extent that what you said conflicts with the Planning Commission recommendation. Okay, that helps a lot. Thank you.
There's a motion on the table.
Would you like me to restate it? Or you guys got it?
Why don't you restate it, Supervisor Garamendi? Let's make this perfectly clear to everyone.
My motion is to send regulation back to the Planning Commission through the staff, taking into consideration the points that have been brought forward today, as well as consideration of the points that are brought forward prior by the Planning Commission, and then present us with an updated regulatory ordinance.
Okay? Everybody understand? Council, before asking for a second, do we need to address the agenda item as far as a ban motion, or are we correct in proceeding the way we are now?
Certainly, both items are part of this agenda packet, so it would be based on whatever motion is on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Having heard that from council, is there a second to Supervisor Garamendi's motion?
I would second it, but I'm telling you, I will not vote for anything that doesn't entail all of these, because I feel these are very important and are playing a part to a real regulatory program for this, that everybody can see that it's addressing environmental concerns, and the residential, you know, it could be some addition to this if the planning commission wants to do that, but when it comes back to us, I just want to make sure that these are the things, I'm not trying, I feel I'm already negotiating to get to this point with these through the thought process I went through, and especially using some regulatory scheme that I'm under in the business that I'm in and the building construction area, as far as a certified lab is the only entity that can touch any of these soil or water samples at all. And they take them at any place that they need to take them on that site that they feel is pertinent. And they certainly have the expertise in doing it. So I would second it on that.
Excuse me a minute, Supervisor. Is that clear direction, staff? Did we get clear direction to you?
Yes, and hopefully I'll.
Okay, that's the vote. That's the motion. A second.
Hopefully I will succeed in translating what is conflictual and what is not. Perhaps I will show Supervisor Garamendi my draft to make sure that everything that he asked for is included before bringing it.
I would direct that to Supervisor Toffanelli.
I will go over it to make sure that everything is included before I present the draft to planning and to
I understand. Supervisor Platt.
What I would like to do, since we're going to be voting on something I haven't really seen, pretty much what Supervisor Toffanelli said, I agree with. There's some things. My position outside advertisement has always been a sticker with me. I mean, that'd be one of the things I'd like to see. I would like, if we just, I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, but I would like to have a chance to read it before I actually vote on it. I mean, but to sit there and vote on something right now, I would probably not go along with it.
Chair, I would just clarify.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, give us some opportunity here to have some clear thinking. Go ahead, Counsel.
I would just clarify that ultimately, this is just essentially sending it back to the Planning Commission. The board would have every opportunity to review the document before the board ultimately approved it, because this board is the final approving body. So even the Planning Commission, it would just be vetted to the Planning Commission, then it would come back to the board, and so this board will certainly have every opportunity to review the final regulatory ordinance before anything is approved.
Okay, so we can actually, during this drafting process, Supervisor's Clapp request to add signage could be included in that draft, as long as it didn't take away from Supervisor Toffanelli's suggestion. Would that be acceptable, sir?
Yeah, I'd still like to see it. I mean, I'm comfortable making a vote on something I'm really not voting.
You'll have the opportunity to vote or abstain.
So the Planning Commission has already recommended, one of their recommendations was to maintain the existing rule we have against having any depictions of cannabis, what have you.
Right now, there is no provision for signage is not permitted with cultivation. Julie was getting into the dispensary ordinance, but right now, and I think the commission agreed that we don't want signage. And the whole point of it is so it's not visible from public rights of way. So I think any signage would be prohibited for cultivation sites.
Does that address your issue? Supervisor Mills, you've been waiting.
Yes, I have a concern with timelines here. Specifically 179550 or 179530C. I know Supervisor Toffanelli had said 30 days. If we move this along, even if it's moved along quickly, it's still going to go beyond the December 31st, 2017 deadline. And what about those pending applications that have not been processed? Will they be able to say, well, we gave you your application and you didn't do the due diligence, so therefore we still have a right to a license under the state? The idea of coming to compliance with in 30 days, I don't see that we have enough time window here to work with to get it done before December 31st, 2017.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, according to the new state laws, after December 25th or January 1st, whenever it is they come online, You do not need, all you need is the county to have regulations. You don't need a permit from the county to get a state permit. Is that my understanding?
You don't, the state will issue licenses without waiting for a county permit if the county has a regulatory ordinance that would prohibit that person for that premises from growing there. The state is not supposed to issue the license.
And we do have an ordinance in place until the urgency ordinance expires.
Right, and then
There's not a vacant, it's not vacant.
And I just wanted to ask, I guess I should ask for clarification on, we have the 90 days to shut down under the urgency ordinance right now, that, and it says that when a permanent ordinance is adopted, there's 90 days to come into compliance. So I'm trying to, are you stating, Supervisor Tofinelli, that you wanted that to be changed to 30 days, even though right now we're saying 90 days in our current ordinance?
I'm saying that to stop growing. Let me read it. All growing must stop within 30 days after we have the ordinance before us and we adopt this ordinance. I give them up to a year to get a certification of a clean site.
Okay, so the remediation portion would be the same as the Planning Commission had recommended, just to stop the growing.
Correct.
Okay.
And a complete bill of health from an outside laboratory submitted to the county for their approval.
There's a motion and second. Supervisor Clapp, do you wish to comment? I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. I'm not going to repeat it. I think everybody understands. Now, council, is there a need for public comment? Although we did have public comment, it's closed. Okay? I'll bring it back to the board for a vote.
Mr. Chairman, one request, if Supervisor Tofinelli could send us that. We were writing as fast as we could, but I don't know if we captured it specifically. Thank you.
I think Julie might have some of it already, but I have conversation with her about it.
Okay. Once again, back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Chair, could we take like a 10-minute recess?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking for 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, oops, microphone, there it is. Thank you very much for coming back. Break's over. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so this is public comment continued from this morning, so I'll read the reminder. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, which it was not, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you spoke during the first public comment period at the beginning of our meeting this morning, you will not be able to speak during the afternoon session, which we're hearing right now. Is there any member that wishes to continue on the general public comment session? I'm smiling.
Yeah, the one beside you isn't.
Oh.
And I'll do my disclaimer, he has no idea what's going to come out of my mouth, nor is he responsible. Because he never knows what's going to come out of my mouth.
I better be careful, she has to feed me.
Okay. Something that has come up in District 4 that came to my attention, and I started looking at it, and I'm going, oh my gosh, we need to fix this. And it actually came up in a planning commission meeting on a cannabis appeal. And it has to do with whether a dog is dangerous or not. In our county, the way our ordinance reads, the only person that can decide if a dog is dangerous or violent is a Superior Court judge. That's it. It is not up to animal control. It is not up to the neighbors. It is a Superior Court judge. And the reason this came up in a cannabis hearing, and I had to speak up, because our planning commission assumed that if our animal control people gave the people a citation, that meant the dog was dangerous, and they were going to rule on it as if the dog was dangerous, and that would have negated their appeal. And so I had to explain to them that in our wonderful county, and Ethan said, we want to wait until after the court, and they couldn't see why. Because in our county, the only person that can do it is a Superior Court judge. Now, this is really, we have a problem where we live with one of these wonderful dogs, which is what got me looking at this ordinance in the first place. But then I made the mistake of answering a phone call from Amy Munson. So now I am part of Justice for CC. And I think part of Justice for CC would be to fix our ordinance also. Thank you. Oh, and another thing. The IHSS workers could really use a raise.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Susan Morse, District 4. I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board, and it probably could have been a rule of order or something, but I'm just going to bring it to the attention for future, and that's orderly conduct. And Rule 46 of your Board of Supervisors procedures, it talks about each person who addresses the board shall not make personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks to any member of the board, staff, or general public. And I would hope that in the future, somehow we stop people from doing that. Because it's very disrespectful in my mind, and it's a violation of your rule. Any person who makes such remarks or who utters loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language or engages in any other disorderly conduct which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of any board meeting shall, at the discretion of the board chair or the majority of the board, be barred from further audience before the board during that meeting. And that's Government Code 54957.9, and that's also Rule 46. So I know in the last couple meetings there's been utterances and comments that should not have been made. And it's disrespectful to all of you and disrespectful to the public. So I'm just asking for future if we could abide by these rules.
Noted. Thank you. Any further public speakers?
I have a question. Is this for the public comment from the very beginning?
This is an extension of the general public comments
I thought so.
This morning.
I would just like to bring up a discussion that I overheard at one of the grow shops in the area. I'm not going to say which one because I support local businesses. It was just a gentleman that said he was getting ready to buy 3 more properties. I really think that we should avoid something that may lead to more criminal element coming to the area and buying more properties. I really think that all these dangerous chemicals that we're finding used on cannabis in these illicit operations, this is going one place, to the streets, to the black market, to the same market where heroin and psychedelics are pushed toward children. These dangerous drugs are being pushed toward children under these circumstances, and I really think we need to avoid that. I'm really sorry for my condition right now. I'm getting ready for work. I just like to come in and give my comment while I can. Thank you very much for your commitment. Have a great day.
Thank you. Any further speakers for general comments on the public speaking? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp, would you like to start?
Yeah, I've attended no meetings that I've been reimbursed for. I will be attending at 7:30 in the morning at the hospital's general meeting.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, October 11th, Wednesday, Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority reviewed the GEI consultant scope of work for the basin plan. It looks like the group is moving forward with that, and please take the time to look at the Sigma site and see some of the preliminary work that's been input into the proposed plan. I think you'll be very impressed with how far we've come and how quickly we've come with that. And it's noted that no part of Calaveras County in the basin is showing as a disadvantaged community, although Valley Springs has been identified on maps as such. So that's one thing that we're working on, and getting that Valley Springs component put in, because having disadvantaged communities will help to reduce our total costs of getting this plan put together. October 12th, Thursday, attended Murphy Sanitary. Plans of moving forward to replace the main sewer line along Highway 4 from Penn Gulch to Mitchler, and initiating some policy changes for the workplace, and board reviewed steps being taken to increase pond capacity for the winter and the status of the treatment plant upgrades. And I see our general manager from Murphy Sanitary is here, and I hope I didn't miss anything important. Monday, October 16th, Calaveras Solid Waste Task Force, discussion on disposal of tree mortality and greenways, changes to Valley Springs recycling, and update on solid waste ordinance revisions. I'll be in Mountain County's meeting in Auburn on Friday with our Delta partners to understand where we can work together in a time of regulatory uncertainty while retaining local control and protecting water rights. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffanelli.
Thanks, George. He called me Toffanelli instead of Tofanelli. I'll be leaving immediately after this meeting to drive to Sacramento. I will be catching a flight at 5 in the morning to go to San Diego for a LAFCO conference, to which my fellow LAFCO board members had voted me to be the voting member for Calaveras County at that conference. I'll be there until Friday. That is, I've paid for all of it out of my expense, but I probably will be submitting some applications for payment, reimbursement for some of the mills and so forth when I get back. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Garamendi.
On Friday, I attended the McCalvin River Association meeting. The topic was same topic we had today, water quality. People were concerned about where things were going. It was a very good meeting, and the Leger Hotel served a lovely lunch. Thank you.
Okay. On the 11th, Wednesday, I attended the Senior of the Year presentation, actually orchestrated by our lovely videographer for the senior groups. Yearly presentation, and I was very proud of our recipients and all the folks that were nominated, and especially the committee that puts that on. That was at the Tostada Ranch, I believe, down in your district. Dodasa, yeah. Great. And that afternoon, I attended the local tree mortality task force. We did not have a meeting on the state level due to the fires, so there was very minimal information that we could report on the local. Although we are having some issues with tree removal up in District 3, and the PG&E trees that their contractors have taken down, but they are making as best progress as they possibly can to get that cleaned up before the rains come. On Thursday the 12th, I attended via conference call the CMCAA, which is the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. They are in the midst of doing some reorganizing and appointing an executive director, which I believe was already done by vote. And actually attended the Workforce Development Strategic Training for the Multilo Job Training at Black Oak. There's some very good things happening with that organization, and I'm proud to say Calaveras is knee-deep in that. We've seen some real progress, and we're looking towards some other good-looking projects that's going to happen probably in the very near future, within 6 months to a year. They've expanded their staff, and I find it engaging once again. That it was somewhat of a slow-down period, but new life's been breathed into that, and we got some great, wonderful people there and making some things happen. I did attend on Sunday the retirement party for Deputy Tom Oldham, and seeing the statute's going to run on that, I can't make any more comments on that party. I attended the Multilo Job Training meeting in Sonora on Monday the 16th. Once again, we just spoke briefly about what they're doing as far as our counties here. And I attended the Solid Waste Task Force meeting in Calaveras County for the county that afternoon. There are some issues that are being brought forth regarding Rock Creek and Red Hill, some issues regarding our solid waste program, and what we're doing with our contracts and things of that sort. On the 18th, I attended the board meeting, and I take that back. That was Wednesday. That was an agenda meeting. I have to apologize, my iPad once again died. We'll be talking to IT about that, right? And then that's all I have to report. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience. It's been a long day. It's been a long road. And I want to thank this board for coming together and deciding a very important issue. And I commend every one of the board members and especially our staff. They've been working beyond the call of duty. And I want to make sure that they're recognized for their over-the-line efforts that they show. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming.